It could have go feed the lady where live under the tent from Hurricane Melissa where only the PMP them know about. It could have do a lot. And I am sure that the incident that was exposed is not the only one. There are more. And Mr. Garden should be asked to step aside from all his public duties. Not just Dennis Garden, but also Dr. Dawes, whose name and whose photo was on Jack Den's website as a director that was hastily removed when this came up. And then you come with some cock and bull story, but you did apply for a position, but you never get it. And that's how your picture ended up on the website. I've applied for several jobs, at several places. They never put the picture on their website just because I apply yet. Never happened.
So, afternoon to you and afternoon everybody. Chuck, did you watch the entire proceedings?
No, I didn't.
Chuck, every single body supposed to be fired. Everybody, Chuck.
I am going, may I go play it right through,
Chuck, Chuck, it is disturbing. The director of procurement don't know nothing. Him, you can see say, he said he's been in the position for 10 years. Chuck, I don't want to judge him, but let me tell you something. That man don't know shit him for guy in yard immediately. He said he left the position in 2025 and went to a different department to take on some projects. He came back to the position, Chuck, and when he come back, then find the files then. Chuck, there are contracts missing for 681 million. A total, I think it was short of $1 billion. They cannot find the contracts for. Is when the Auditor General went in, Chuck, that some of the contract, the people that were supposed to provide a report, they are being provided the report, $90,000 to is it an advisor? I don't remember if it's an advisor. They were seeking consultation, Chuck. And they got 50% of the money, right? 50% of the money. And is when the Auditor General go in, that's when they submitted.
Hold on the Sheikah. Let me answer to range JLE. You can't decide which brand you're depend. But the JLP never wrong and the PMP is always wrong. I don't know how you get that from the discussion we're having here. But again, good, well, if it's a sir or a miss. If you believe anything I've said here is misleading or wrong, or have lied to anybody, the platform is open for you to come and challenge anything you hear. If you hear me accuse the PMP of nothing, don't sit down there and type. Challenge me. It is open. Continue, Sheikah.
The Georgia guidelines on procurement, these issues will be alleviated.
Yeah, Sheikah, go on.
So that CEO, acting CEO, he's new. So he's
he was appointed after the scandal book.
Yes, but what I admired about him is that he went in. I believe he went through the report and he acknowledged a lot of the things that we see, that we hear about.
Gentlemen, you just type right up here, so the JLP is never wrong and the PMP is always do wrong. So I mean,
I think we need to go through the report. I say I was going to bring it up and look at it because it has a lot of things in there that we're not talking about. One of the findings is that some companies, because it's 4 companies to include Jatden, right? And one of the things that they said was that these companies get tax exemption to bring in items, and when they bring it in, Chuck, they resell it to the government at 3 times the cost. So they buy it like maybe at 2 million and then sell it back to the government for 6 million, right? That was highlighted. Another thing is that Jack then, so it's like them bring it in, then chuck for the government, basically, and then resell it to the government.
And then sell it back to the government.
So people, what Frank asked a very good question, say, was when they sell back the item, is it at market price or I guess he's saying if it's at a discounted price, because if I'm able to make you get a discount from taxes or I don't pay no taxes, then is it at market value? So they said they didn't know that. So that is something that we have to pay attention to. It is important that you pay attention to that, because you don't know, Chuck, if they're giving the government a discount based on the fact that they use the government privilege. The next thing is that Jack then brought in furniture and dialysis machine, and those go directly to Jack then place, right? So one of the things that they highlighted is that once you use the government tax exemption, thanks Angie, tax exemption, the country must be benefiting. That means the public, the citizens must be benefiting from that. So they asked a question, if the citizens of Jamaica are getting any discount or anything, them said them don't know nothing about that. But we know say that now happen, right? So another thing, Chuck,
if you use the dialysis machine them.
Another thing, Chuck, I think them say 111 contracts never got to procurement. They don't know nothing about it none at all. So it circumvent. Another thing, the purchase for Jack then never happened. Like them say, it never happened like within the parameters of UE. So it's like, Chuck, me give you my credit card number and say go and go order, but it's not credit card, it's a tax number they put on it. So based on what customs say, the furniture come and it deliver to my man place. Also, Jack then get what's the garbage bin as well and sell it back to the government, sell it back to UE. I remember say UE is private part own. But what Chuck, it was very alarming, and I believe the director of procurement must go in yard. That is my belief. He is a total numbskull. He is a total numbskull, Chuck.
Guys, I agree with my sister 100%. But I just want to say, guys,
I may stand correct. Hold on there. I said 1,000 things, and if I misquote that Jack then resell the bin them, I apologize. But thank you for picking that up, and I can be adult enough to say maybe I am wrong. But there are companies that got garbage bins and they sold it back to Huey at 3 times the cost. So if that's the case, I stand corrected. May probably hear that wrong. But they brought in hold on, may I listen to excellence. They brought in Jack then brought in wheelchair, gloves, like everything that they needed, Chuck, to start their business. I think one of the time them say I'll sign come down upon it too, right? So all of that, and somebody needs to be held accountable. One of the time them say, Chuck, in the auditing report say some of the documents cannot be authenticated. Chuck, this remind me of what is going on at JUTC. You see the one with the 9 driver, them were going to jail with 106 charges. That it's Chuck, it's crazy. Maybe mute my mic.
Guys, please tap the screen for me. I'm only seeing 2 people tapping the screen. Next one that you always tap in. Guys, for us to get the live out, we have to tap the screen. We have to like it. Tapping means that you like it. So if we have 89 people on here and nobody not tapping the screen, only two people like it. because tapping the screen means that you like what you're watching. Sheikah, I don't see you tapping, and Chuck, I don't see you tapping. So guys, tap the screen, please. Chuck, I just want to say one thing. I just want to say, and you can.
I'm cooking. So
Okay, sister, I'll tap for you, my love. Let me say one thing, Chuck. Guys, you can also repost. When you repost the video, the live, it goes on your storyline. And when it goes on your storyline, if somebody comes up and you and that person are friends, it shows that Chuck, one stop, is it F or C? One stop, whatever stop. Chuck, is it Chuck stop or the F stop? It shows that he's live. And so, guys, so please repost the video. Everyone in here repost the video.
Stop calling me name, I don't call me name because there were no PA.
The GOJ guidelines.
Sheikah, please, we're listening to the PSA meeting. No time for garbage.
There was no PA.
The audit
there was a PA.
for 2019 to 2020
No time for
is scheduled
garbage.
to recommence in April of this year. The audits for 2020 to 2025 were tendered and an audit firm was selected. Mr. Demel, a former partner at KPMG, was hired in January, the same time I was, to head our finance division, and one of his key deliverables is the completion of the audit.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hosing. So, members, we're going to go by each finding, but before we get to the findings, and this is directed to the ministry, could you explain the governance structure related to the hospital? We know there may be a parallel governance with both the Ministry of Health and the university itself. We know the university hospital is unique in that it's a training institution. So could we start there by understanding where the Ministry of Health oversight starts and stops with this particular institution?
Well, the University Hospital of the West Indies is governed by a board that is made up of representatives appointed by the minister or recommended for appointment by the minister, but majority of the members of the board are made up from the University of the West Indies itself. They manage their own affairs. It's a department of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, where we have oversight responsibility is to ensure that all the governance procedures are followed.
So is there, in addition to the board members?
So that's an important statement right there. Instead, they manage their own affairs. So, yeah, they manage their own affairs. That's important to note right there.
Is there any direct reporting from the hospital to the university as other departments or agencies under the ministry would do, whether it be on a monthly or quarterly basis?
Not that I'm aware. They manage their own affairs, and our job is to ensure that they do what they're supposed to do in accordance with government guidelines.
The reason I'm probing on this issue, the issues that have been identified are systemic. I think Mr. Hosing saying going back decades. So my question would be, if you're to provide oversight and those issues were
these things don't go back no decades. You see, what I'm an issue with governance in this country and with these people is that if something happen and you can't find a way to say a two-party do it no wrong. What you have to, if this goes back decades, tell me the companies that was using the UWIs and tax exempt status before Jack then. Tell me the companies that use it before, if it goes back decades. These things don't go back decades. This come from a criminal organization, namely the PMP, that even while they're in opposition, find ways to rob the taxpayers of Jamaica. Simply put, I don't know, go back the decades.
Chuck, you know me love you. Through the lane, me soon message you through the lane. Me see a message, me soon message you. Chuck, you know me love you, and me hardly disagree with you. But me, Chuck, when you listen to it, you go understand that it go back decades, Chuck. And it have to come back you have to come back down to the 18 years truck because they put these people in there, and if them now hustle truck, then it doesn't make sense. And the hustling culture has been crippling Jamaica. You know what I pick up today, Chuck? And I've been picking it up from when? You know, so Jamaica don't have a broke problem. Jamaica have a corruption problem, and
Yeah,
the
we know that long
corruption
time.
is our people, Chuck, that is working within this organization. And the government that I support needs to fix it, Chuck. Head of a rule, because the people them are thief taxpayers' money at any cost, Chuck. When you hear the director for the procurement speak, you're gonna say no, sir. Chuck, no, sir. Chuck, it.
I agree. I agree.
Raised or brought to the attention of the ministry, why are we where we are? And were those issues brought to the attention of the ministry? And is there a structure that facilitates those issues coming to the attention of the ministry?
Yes, there's a structure. And when we were aware of the Auditor General's review of the processes of the University Hospital of the West Indies, we immediately involved ourselves in the exit interview with the UHW and the Auditor General. And we've had several discussions since that time to ensure that all the actions that have been found in breach are corrected where they can, and to put things in place to ensure that there's no recurrence on this.
All right. I know the individuals here are new to the positions, but for example, something that I would want to know on the issue of procurement, what is the board's oversight in relation to procurement? Is it that procurement over a particular number has to be approved by the board, or can the CEO and the
Guys, as you come in, press the follow button, tap the screen, share the live, tell a friend.
executive team go ahead and do that? That's important given the level of breaches that we have seen here. So, I would obviously want to know where the board's responsibility, this is the university's board now, would step in a scenario like this.
Okay, so the CEO can approve up to 3 million without it going to the procurement committee for review. And
that is a procurement committee of the board, or is that the university's?
The university, as
Well,
required by the
wasn't up on
government.
train,
And then
right?
from there, after a certain amount, it goes to the public procurement committee,
Angel,
which
you're
is
mute. We're not
the
hearing you.
oversight body that deals with our large amount, and also there's an amount, I think 50 million, that it has to go to the.
Go again.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was saying I don't like trains. I like lions.
Oh, that wasn't for you. That wasn't for you. Because we are still trying to catch a lion that just sent me that escape. We haven't seen him yet in my room somewhere.
Cabinet.
Sorry, Chairman. Mr. Hussein is new.
I know.
But the reason why I ask him is because he would be familiar with what the ceilings are. Under a certain amount, the CEO and the team can make that decision. I'm not so sure what the threshold is for it to go to the board, but I would assume that figure is set by the board. And of course, anything over $100 million would have to go to PPC and then on to cabinet.
So at this stage, you wouldn't have the historic data to know whether the board established a particular as part of its internal control, a particular figure, let's say anything over 20 million would require, and I'm just using a figure, would require board approval versus the CEO being allowed to proceed with procurement of that number.
I'm not aware of the ceiling, but I could find that out.
That's important to know, just to understand, because we're going to get to the specific issues, but it's very clear that there is an absence of governance and accountability that runs throughout the entire report. And so we need to understand, and I raise it because I do appreciate the university as an institution appoints board members, but the ministry also does. And while board members can flag and raise issues. There has to be some institutional mechanism for reporting from the hospital to the ministry on a periodic basis so that those issues don't only arise because the Auditor General went in and did an audit. It means that we have years and years of breaches that would have gone undetected without an audit. And that just points to a total absence of proper governance and oversight. But there are a number of members who have raised, Member Brown first, then Member Miller, then Member Cuthbert.
Thank you very much.
And remember, we're just dealing with this issue first.
Yes. And I'm glad you started there, Chairman, because I had some questions around just the general oversight, Sir PS as well. I am referencing your letter, which you read from earlier, as it relates to the findings of the Auditor General and her team. And you reiterated in your opening remarks that there would be an increased effort to provide oversight from the ministry. I want to associate myself with the comments from the chairman because it is good and well that now that the findings have come to the fore, that the restorative, the corrective, the remedial actions and processes, reporting all the findings to the police, reporting it to the customs, putting in place procurement plans and all the like now. But we are seeing close to 80.
Guys, an update. Jamaica is down 1-0 in a must-win game to enter the 2026 World Cup. Jamaica is down 1-0. So it's Democratic Republic of Congo 1, Jamaica 0.
Years of flagrant procurement breaches. So I want to join the chairman to understand what is the institute.
Apparently the goal has been ruled out. Okay. So that's what it is. And rule it out. Good. So it's nil.
Institutional framework that the ministry has in place. Not to put in place, no.
Huh?
You cannot do both one time. You're confusing me.
I can multitask, That's why I don't give a lady 2 breasts so a man can deal with 2 things one time.
What?
Huh?
And that is good and well. But what is the institutional framework that the ministry has in place to give oversight, not just to the University of the West Indies, Hospital of the West Indies, but also to other agencies that come under your oversight remit, so that these breaches are not picked up when somebody whistleblowers, but that there is a systematic, ongoing, consistent oversight function and overview of the ministry in that. So I want you to tell me what is the framework. Do you, for example, as PS, have any meetings with your head of the various agencies, your chairman of boards? Probably that's the minister's responsibility. But the different heads of entities on a monthly, quarterly, do you get reports from the different entities to yourselves or to your different officers? What is the framework? Because it is good and well, but when we look at all of the breaches, all of the findings that are here, it doesn't paint a good picture in terms of the ministry's oversight. Even before we start to look at the University Hospital of the West Indies and deep dive into the issues that were the finding, what exists now and what could have caused something as egregious as all of these measures that we're about to discuss to have happened?
Thank you very much for that question, member. As I said before, the University Hospital of the West Indies manages their own affairs. No report, with the deepest of respect, that would come to the ministry would highlight the issues that were raised by the Auditor General. They do have an audit department that is supposed to conduct audits from time to time. Those reports of the internal audit department of the University Hospital should come to the permanent secretary when those reports are done. We do get the usual reports. They're supposed to provide a procurement plan. We are supposed to receive their operations plan and other matters related to a service level agreement that we're trying to put in place with all the agencies, the regions, the UW and the Bellevue Hospital. All of that will be outlined in a service level agreement, which we are working to conclude.
Well, I must say, having heard that, it highlights an even more serious issue, that there has to be a review of the governance arrangements. Now, I know the hospital is funded both by the University of the West Indies, but I think the majority of the funding comes from the government of Jamaica.
Oh, you mean,
right, through the Ministry
that's
of
my
Health.
angel right
So
there.
if the current arrangement is that you get no
That's
reports
my angel up
from the university hospital, that is a deep
My
flaw.
angel, not
Given
my
the
angel. That's
amount,
my
and
angel.
I do remember somebody that have to look in the big yellow book to look at the allocation that is made to the university, but it's a significant, we're not talking about tens of millions, we're talking about billions. Particularly, I know on the capital.
I know a lot of people don't like to look at my ugly face here, so me give them something more beautiful to attract them over here, you know? Yes.
Side now with the works that are being done. So there has to be a review of those governance arrangements because in essence, you are sitting duck. You are being asked to hold an entity accountable for which you, in essence, don't get reports.
I'm not saying we shouldn't, you know. I'm only there for a year. And
I understand, but
none have come to me since May.
No, I understand, PS, but I'm saying if there was a mechanism where reports were coming, these issues would have hopefully been highlighted, resolved, and we wouldn't have to wait on whistleblowers who go ask the Auditor General to go and do an audit. So something is wrong with the governance arrangements. It can't be that taxpayers are funding the hospital to the degree of billions of dollars, and there is no direct reporting between the hospital and the ministry. It can't be. And the minister appoints board members, yes, but board members alone, yes, they exercise oversight, but there has to be monthly, quarterly reports to the ministry so you can know what is happening. We are spending billions of dollars with zero oversight. And people can just go, I mean, this sound like a
Miss Dolphin, angel alone, you see? You know, see me?
Runaway train where somebody just on a frolic of their own can spend taxpayers' money like it's the Wild Wild West. It can't be so. So I know the minister set up some committee to look at the governance. This has to be part of the terms of reference going forward. Now I know you is unique, but let me ask you this: what are we?
You know, me like that picture that me go turn in on my baby mother. You single? I wonder if she's single.
Arrangement exists, for example, in the
You
other
have a
hospitals
program
like
going on. Stop
KPA,
looking woman on TikTok. It's not a good stop.
Spanish Town, where the government has full and total responsibility from a governance perspective.
There's a board of directors that manages the affairs of those institutions. Each hospital would have a hospital management committee, which would report into the board, the regional board.
Very
and we
simple,
do
yeah.
get the minutes of the board meetings on a monthly basis. A copy goes to a set go to the minister, a set comes to the permanent secretary. And whenever audits are done within those within the
No, I'm listening to him, Nats. I believe no, the questions that he's asking are good questions. I don't for some reason I have a little bit more confidence in Julian Robinson.
Hi, Daddy.
I don't think he's grandstanding. I think he's asking some very good questions, and there are good questions that he's asking. I don't think he reached into that stage yet.
But Chuck, you can hear Chuck, to me, you can hear that there is a different motive in his questioning, how he's questioning it.
No, I think you're probably mixing up with Julian with what's the other guy from St. Mary? He was asking the question. He kept asking about the ministry.
Yes.
Julian is asking about the hospital.
Okay, all right, yes.
a copy of the audit report would be sent to the permanent secretary.
So the main difference between you and the other hospitals is that they fall under the regional health authority structure,
Yes.
but UWI would not because it is
No, but
funded
it has
by
a board. It has a board that comprises membership of the University of West Indies itself. I believe they have the majority. And then
Could you tell me, in terms of the composition, how many are appointed by the university versus how many are appointed by the ministry? And in terms of the chair of the board, is it the ministry that appoints the chair or is it the university that appoints the chair?
the minister appoints a chair.
Okay. But do you know because the composition is important in terms of the sway of the balance of power between the university and the ministry?
I believe, and I stand to be corrected, Mr. Lynch, what to make it? There are 10 members from the University of the West Indies, and I think 7 or 8 by the minister. 8 by the minister.
Okay, so the majority from the university and not the ministry. And could I ask you, in terms of I know you may not know the exact figures, but the funding that comes to the hospital, what is the breakdown between what the university provides versus what the government of Jamaica provides?
The government provides 68% of the budget.
68% of the budget.
Yeah.
So the board membership should reflect that and not have the university have the majority of the boards. That has to be a part of the review of the governance arrangements going forward.
Indeed.
And even the university itself is also heavily funded by the government of Jamaica too.
Yeah.
So, even if you extrapolate it, it may be more than the 68% if you add the government's total contribution. Sorry, AG, you wanted to just intervene on a matter? Sorry.
I want to concur with PS.
Range, I agree on that there are several structural things that needed to be changed from a long time. Right, but we have the problem is not the system to say, but it's the people who put in the system. Are the same Jamaicans in the system? Are the same Jamaicans are rob and break down the system? Very one Jamaicans are doing it.
Regarding the structure that is required, the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act requires that there must be monthly, quarterly, and annual reporting to the ministry by the university, by the public body. But I want to say to you, Mr. Chairman, that alone is not sufficient. I would posit that the findings of this report would not have made its way to those reports based on the framework that is provided for those reports in the schedule to the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act. I think this requires something far more. Yeah. It requires the ministry engaged 2 consultants in the past to do a strategic review, to do transformational review, to do operational and turnaround review. We didn't see anything happening with those. This is hitting really at the heart of the control environment of the ministry. And Section 6 of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act actually places the responsibility on the board to create a control environment to ensure that the necessary systems are in place to protect the resources of the government by and large. So it's my view that the hospital will have to do a serious look, not also on its hiring practices, because the control environment starts there. Who is put in a particular position? Ensure that you have the best fit for the position, and that ethical conduct is at the heart of the operations of the environment. It's obvious that, let me not say it's obvious, it's just my view based on the pervasiveness of the issues reported here, we just identified a small fraction. We have all the reasons to believe that this had been happening a long time ago, so much so that I believe that the members of the university hospital may have become desensitized on this and probably not even recognize that what was happening was not right, because some may have inherited, continued it. So a culture change, I think, is also required. But Chair, the annual, the quarterly, and the reporting, that alone will not,
Would not have captured,
address these issues and would not have captured these issues.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Member Brown had a follow-up. Then Member Cuthbert. Then.
Yeah, I'm grateful for the intervention of the AG on that, and I widen and support the broader call for a systemic overview and review of the internal controls. So I don't know, Chairman, if I move now to ask, and I guess he's new, so the CEO of the hospital, in terms of like internal audit, because the AG indicates that the quarterly, monthly, mandatory reports that would be required to share from the board to the ministry will not have allowed for the hospital to capture. And bear in mind that
you see, now this guy now is trying to tie everything at the ministry.
These are not just procurement issues, because we are going to deep dive in others. There are issues as a PS raised in terms of the strategic hiring of consultants, the issue of missed deadlines as it relates to audited financials and those sort of things. So there is a wider set of issues outside of just procurement. The procurement may be the more glaring, but CEO, in your capacity as the new CEO, what is the internal audit framework of the University Hospital of the West Indies that is in place or has been in place that you came and saw, and you cannot say if you came?
You see, range, I'm going to say this again. I said this a couple of days ago. I'm going to put it in again. In 1994, 95, Dr. Sam need to get back to us for an arrangement, you know. In that time,
Respond to my message.
Oh, the Jamaica Football Federation stumbled on a wonderful spot. Listen to me, Range. All right, inbox me a number. Now, we stumbled on a wonderful set of footballers in 1994, and they guided us to the World Cup in 1998. The West Indies in the 80s stumbled on a wonderful set of cricketers that guide us to dominance through that time, winning 2 World Cup and was the undisputed king of Test cricket during that time. Up until now, the West Indies cannot get back to that batch. Up until now, the JFF can't get back to a batch like that. My link is that today in Jamaica, we have a very, very good, clean, honest set of politicians who I believe have the best. May I say, inbox me a number, me reach out to you. Just send me a message. Just go into the page and press message and you can send me a message. Now, yeah, so we have a very good set of politicians today. But the problem that Jamaica have with politicians and politics is that we are so inclined to believe that politicians and politics are the worst. Once you hear politics, something must wrong. So we don't spend enough time looking in the systems to find where the system is flawed. Although we do vote for politicians to clean up the system. All right. We do vote for politicians to clean up the system, but I believe in the set we have today, right? And if more people learn about the system and learn about what is being done and what is happening, we realize that we've come a long way from the politicians of the 90s. We come a long way from people that did not care about the system. We come a long way from people that use the system to benefit themselves and their cronies. There you go. Right? So we have to just learn the system and learn to listen to me. We have some people this time. Now, they don't put every foot at the right place at the right time, but them are do it.
Oh, and you cannot say if you came and saw nothing, that's fine. But what is the internal audit framework that is in place that clearly, I believe, should capture those things and bring to the attention of the leadership of the hospital management to ensure that these breaches would not have happened, or there's an absence of internal audit oversight within the university hospital itself?
Okay, just to add to what the Auditor General said, that even the report that comes to the board would not capture a lot of what you have seen here, the breaches that you have seen, because the reports that come would certainly not include all of this detail and the information. There is an internal audit department, and our chief internal auditor is here. The board, the current board, was appointed in October. It was the first meeting of the board, of this current board. There has
October
been
of
2025.
2025? Okay.
2025 is when the new board met the first time. And after election, there would be a new board put in place, and the first meeting was in October. When you look back at the internal audit reports, some of the findings of the Auditor General are in fact in those reports going back a few years, not in the detail and not all, but some of it was in fact in those reports, and there has been some challenges in terms of seeing the actions that should have been taken, that they were taken.
Well, I was going to ask, where's the chief internal, where is he or she?
Yeah, he's here.
He's here. If you could indicate for me how you operate, no, leave on your mic, turn it back on, how you operate, who you report to. I don't know how long you've been in the position, but it would be helpful for us to understand the size of your unit. Is it adequately staffed? The issues that came out of this report, were these issues flagged before, brought to the attention of the relevant, whether board, CEO, etc.?
Thank you, Chair. So the framework of the Internal Audit Department has the structure has, I think, 7 or 8 members. It's headed by a CAE, 2 internal audit managers.
Don't say what a CAE is. Not everybody going
Chief Audit Executive.
You are the head of the department, right?
Correct, Chairman. Okay. 2 audit managers.
How long have you been in the position?
2019, Chair.
Okay.
2 audit managers, 2 senior auditors, 2 auditors. And that's the structure. Currently, Chair, 2 posts is not filled.
Angel, where you can
which
come
are
back.
the 2 managers. Those are not filled. So the audit reports, the department reports to a subcommittee of the board called the audit committee.
Thank you.
And that is chaired by a member of the board.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask some of the you've been there 6 years?
Angel, please do not embarrass my gifter, please.
There's now going 7. Some of the issues that came out of the report, were those captured by your department, and were those things that were sent and reported to the board?
Yes, Chair, they were captured.
That was my very first wheel on TikTok. I'm working my way up to the lion.
By the department and reported to the board, but the board did not take any action.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, member Cuthbert's been waiting.
Sheikah, hear what the man just said? Sheikah, the auditor just said in pass or listen to the board. The auditor just saying pass this on to the board. And the board took no action.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Annoyed. He was very annoyed throughout the sitting. So things go on in another sitting here today, you go shock. Go on, listen.
A long time.
And you have asked all of the questions, mainly what I wanted to ask.
Frank, all right.
That is a little bit unsettling for me. Just
Hold on, Member Frank. Let her allow her, and then
yes.
after her.
Thank you, Chairman. Very unsettling, some of the things that I am actually hearing, and just from the internal auditor now as to what he said, that yes, these things were flagged, but nothing was done. The composition of the board, I think it's, as you said, it's 8 to 10 ratio. And what is concerning for me is that 68% of the budget comes from taxpayers. And it's almost as if there is nothing that, can be done, because the input from the minister, as far as the appointees for the board members, that there is really not a good structure that's in place. And for me, what I would want to find out is really, going forward, I'm really still not hearing about going forward what will be the different structure that will be put in place to make sure that this doesn't happen again, because now I'm hearing from the auditor, internal auditor, that.
Hold on, what kind of woman that I send the next woman?
One angel on the app.
Even though this was caught and detected by the auditor, nothing was done. So what is going to be in place going forward so that this doesn't happen with 68% of taxpayers' money?
We need to start up now for my whale and lion and tiger.
I mean, I would say, Member Cockroach Finn, some of those decisions need to be taken at the executive level of the government in terms of how it structures. I mean, to me, it can't be acceptable that 68% of the budget, and my analysis, it probably is more, because the government funds the university to a significant degree. So it would be more that you, in general corporate governance, the majority funders or majority owners tend to have the majority seats on a board. That's generally how it works. And while we know the university is a training institution and has a parallel reporting structure, there's clearly a need for change here, given where the funds are coming from and the need to protect the interests of taxpayers' monies in this regard. But let me, Member Frank, go ahead. Why you turn up? Don't turn up your mic. Go ahead, Member.
Thank you.
Bring the thing closer to you. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding in respect of the work of the internal auditor, my understanding is not that you are there to audit and give a report, but I think the internal auditor, his or her position really is to look at the day-to-day transactions and to ensure that you can mitigate against what we are seeing or what we are hearing now in terms of the findings. So for me, I'm kind of trying to understand when you say that you reported, you would have captured some of these situations and you would have reported, but I believe that the internal audit is to look at the
one angel on the app, never two.
I would love for you to give me some direction.
Thank you, Captain.
I mean, he can identify, make recommendations, but he can't implement.
No, I'm saying you're right. So if you identify a problem, there's something wrong with a particular transaction, and we identify as the internal auditor, then that transaction would never, should not have gone through, so that we are here today looking
But
at.
overtook live rich
No,
today.
no, generally, and I'll allow him to explain,
No,
but
the
generally,
Overtook live rich today.
who sits in
Here, pat up on the app.
ministry.
no, I'll allow them, but my understanding is their processes tend to be post fact or after the fact. So
For the
he
internal-
wouldn't be able to.
That's not my understanding, and that's what
Well, all right, I'll invite the CEO to
You are
answer.
correct, Chair. That's exactly how it works. It is after that the auditors would come in to do their work, to review what has taken place over a past time period. Also,
Yeah, but that's how auditing work. Auditing is after the fact. Yeah, you don't audit well. You can do real-time auditing, but most auditing department in most company audit after the facts, not before.
what you'll find,
Big up yourself, DJ Pata.
some reason why some of these transactions would not have been picked up by the internal audit department is that they took place outside of the university. So the use of like the tax status, the tax-free status was not processed internally.
Well, you're opening up a can of worms that you can't really close. You're going to have to elaborate on that.
That's exactly the point.
I was going to, I'm waiting to go issue by issue, so let me wait on that. But that is, when we get to that particular issue, I'll invite.
Huh?
So can I hear me?
Go again?
You're not hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
So when me I tell you mute, you're not here. Anyhow, you remember when I say a while ago, so them use the people them tax outside of the office, and the man say, allow me, I tell me not understand what me I say. What the man just say a while ago.
But that's an excellent, you know, excellence and much sense, you know. That's why I have to mute him. I don't like muting people, but excellence don't have much sense.
I just saw him back in here. So how did you mute him?
Yeah, but I'm muting him. He can't watch, but he can't comment.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He have to suffer in silence.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah, he can't watch, but he
DJ.
can't. I muted him. I did not remove him. I muted
Damien.
him.
Thank you, Kimmy, Cam, and Damien, and DJ. Thank you.
invite you to elaborate on that. But Mr.
Guys, as you're
Internal
coming, just press the follow button
if you
for
could
me,
just
please.
explain for the benefit of the committee how you operate, how your department operates in relation to, you know, what happens at the hospital.
Thank you, Chair. So at the beginning of each year, we do an annual risk assessment, and that risk assessment is undertaken, is underpinned.
Why, Damien, you come out for the girls every night of the day, yeah? Nah, tell no lie.
Yes, thank you for my
by
sister.
the various risk factors that the hospital would have. So we do that assessment, put in a risk framework, do the assessment and prioritize areas that we will do our assurance work during the calendar year. That would go to the board, the subcommittee of the board called the audit committee. They will review it. It will also go to the CEO, which is the head of the entity, for review. And once they sign off on that work program, we will execute according to that work program for the entire year and provide quarterly reports to the board, which is the audit committee. So each assurance work that we do, Chairman, that we would provide a report, a dual reporting to the CEO and to the audit committee of the board, and each quarter they will review it, those findings, and whatever. My works really stops at that point. It's a duty and function of the audit committee to call in various heads of departments and deal with those matters. So once I've reported it to the head of the entity and the audit committee chair, they are, based on the government audit committee policy, they should action those issues that are in the report. And once they accept those issues and we make recommendation, they should implement them. And we will do a follow-up on those issues and provide report to the CEO and the audit committee on whether or not those issues have been rectified. Chairman.
Member Miller.
If you are just joining, we are playing the PAC meetings today, right? That is reviewing the findings of the Auditor General report into happenings at the University Hospital, whereby companies, I'm going to put on my political hat, companies associated with the People's National Party has been found to abuse the tax-exempt status, and they are also discussing a few breach of procedure and a few holes in the operational structure of the hospital. And if it's in one, you can rest assured there are in others also.
And then Member Cousins.
Thank you, Chair. This message, this question for guidance from the Auditor General. In terms of procurement limits, could you guide me as how what the amount that goes to a procurement committee versus cabinet versus the board, whether or not this falls within procurement policy as you have seen with the University of West Indies, or they have a limit. Is the procurement policy versus the board?
We're not hearing that. It's breaking up.
Breaking up?
Guided Chair.
Good morning, everybody. Just indicate your name and position.
My name is Jovel Barrett. I'm the Chief Public Procurement Policy Officer at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. The procurement committee inside of the entity, the limit that is set is set by the head of entity. The practice is for that limit to be anything above the single source completion threshold, which for goods and services is $3 million. So anything above that goes to the procurement committee.
Just for clarity, make the distinction between procurement committee of an entity versus the government's public procurement committee. Right?
So internally, in an entity, you have a procurement committee which has a mandate of reviewing and making recommendations to the other entity.
Go on again, Chuck. We're not hearing. Muffled.
No, my screen, it is going. My screen is in blue. That means it is going. So it is breaking up for you. It's here.
You too, it sounds far away.
No, I'm looking at my screen. My screen is live. The blue circles are on. That means it's speaking up.
Okay.
Separately, you
In the chat, everybody hearing it okay?
have the Public Procurement Commission, which approves contract above $60 million. Right? So you have the procurement committee inside the entity. What they review is dependent on what the head of entity says they should review. The general practice is that they review anything above the single source completion threshold, which is $3 million for goods and services and $5 million for works contracts. Now, the head of entity can approve a contract up to $60 million. If the contract amount is above $60 million but less than $100 million, then that contract needs the approval as well of the Public Procurement Commission. Above $100 million, the contract would need the approval of the head of entity, the Public Procurement Commission, and the Cabinet of Jamaica. So those are the relevant limits.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just further that question, some entities, depending on the risk factor, would set thresholds between the $5 million and the $60 million. For example, where I worked before, $30 million must go to the board for approval. And
Choppy again.
It is your looking at my screen. It is blue, which means it is going through okay.
It's going through, but it's choppy.
Well, I don't know. I don't think there's
me alone
anything.
hearing it like chop. Thank you. Hello.
See, as somebody is saying it is fine. So
And somebody has said it is not.
You're right. So there's nothing I can do on my part. Sometimes the internet just screw up itself.
Shika?
Clear. It started. Yeah, it is.
I don't think there's much I can do.
We live within the $60 million, and some entities might say, no, I want to get involved early. I want to probe early. I don't want any.
Hold on, let me see if I can.
So I've worked in other institutions in the Ministry of Health where the threshold has been much, much lower than that $60 million that Mr. Barrett spoke to.
Yes, Ms. Miller.
Just a follow-up, Chair. What, in terms of UHWI, what is the board, what are the limits for the board at UHWI in terms of?
The UHWI follows the limits set by the government. So the limits that were explained by the Ministry of Finance just now is the procedure and the guidelines that we follow. We should follow.
So when does it go to the board? Because I remember earlier mentioned at what limit it goes to the board?
No, at this time, we only follow straight the government. We don't have a system whereby there's a limit to say it must go to the board. We are following what the government procurement guidelines dictate.
Very well.
All right, member Cousins, then I see member Hamilton and Morrison after.
Thank you, Chairman. The question is one of the same procedural line of argument. In terms of the minutes of the board meeting, just to be clear, the minutes of the board meeting are usually submitted to the region, you say, and the minister. So, for example, in a case where an issue is reported to the board, that would normally be captured in the minutes of the meeting. Should,
Yes.
ought to.
Yes, ma'am. Ought to, yeah.
Yeah, emphasis on ought to.
Yeah.
All right. And these minutes of these meetings, how long would you keep them on record?
We would keep them for a long time because you can destroy the minutes, and the ministry would not be the only entity who would have the minutes. The minutes would originate from the particular department of the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
So where the minutes go to the region and the minister, and it comes to the attention, speculating that the issue arises from the minutes of the meeting and there's no action, then the region could have stepped in at that stage, or the minister, correct?
No, the region should have stepped in before. In case of a region, the region ought to have stepped in before because we get the minutes of the regional boards.
Yes.
Just
But
like we should get the minutes of the unit.
So it goes to the region and the minister. It misses the attention, or the region omits to peruse that minute thoroughly. But the minister who gets a copy of that report,
And I know if he takes the call, while he's live, it must
You have an ex officio
Yes.
generally for most
No,
boards.
we have for most boards, the permanent secretary have a representative.
What again?
I was apologizing for you, telling you it must be the little ones because only the little baby would make you, you know.
No, it was the call. I was actually trying to change my my Wi-Fi connection to another one. See if that one is work better.
Oh, bye-bye.
On the regional boards. The CMO is a member of the University Hospital Board by virtue of her being the Chief Medical Officer of Jamaica. When things happen at the board meeting, it is a responsibility, if there is something of concern, for the chairman to speak to the minister appoints the chairman, for the chairman to speak to the minister. If there is a matter that is egregious or needs the minister's attention.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. And so, PS, so all road lead back to the minister then?
I would not say that because the minister cannot micromanage. The minister appoints a board.
You see, that is the question. That's what they want to do. All road leads to the minister. So you have been sitting there for the longest while, for nearly an hour, and get the people and discuss the intricacies of these things. And all you can come up with is, oh, all road lead to the ministers. This is the problem why nothing gets fixed in Jamaica. Because we believe that in order to fix anything we go wrong, just get rid of one politician and it fix. Make the minister resign and it fix. And so it go.
Ought to, because the board is chaired by somebody who's appointed by the minister. And naturally, if there is something egregious coming up, such as this matter, the board chairman immediately advised the minister.
The question was asked by Mr. Luton Cousins, PMP representative, PMP member of parliament.
These matters, because I've made several issues.
There are several issues in this particular situation that would not necessarily have raised themselves to the board level. You know, as the chief internal audit executive said.
And that is what we keep telling people, and some of these people who only know to discuss politics. I've worked many years at the Gleaner Company. Oliver Clark was chairman. I have known advertising issue, printing issue, circulation issue, editorial issue. And not every issue, if somebody a paper one morning and the paper is solid with ink, they're not gonna call Oliver Clark, they're gonna call the print manager. If somebody advertising does not appear the way it's supposed to, they're gonna call the advertising manager. If one of the things that generate more call than anything else, if a cartoon is left out or it is repeated, all call goes to the editor. Because you have people that deal with things before it is elevated to a certain level. Right? So the thing is that everything happened, the minister. No, don't get me wrong. I am not saying that the minister doesn't bear some amount of responsibility or the minister should not be involved at a certain point. But it's not everything that goes wrong and somebody that go run to the minister. Then why not just make the minister run the hospital then? Why do we have a board? Why do we have chairman? If the minister go do everything same way. Guys, politicians are not always the problem. And we have to come to that understanding.
They asked the PS a question, Chuck. You will hear it further down. And he was like, I don't know, I don't micromanage. I don't know.
Yes, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right, Chuck?
You know, Sheik, I remember.
Minister.
You know, I remember a couple of years ago, I was living at a rented house. And I don't remember which hurricane it was. A hurricane passed. And a couple of years after the hurricane, me call my landlord. And I say, boss man, how hurricane pass and you never go look on the place? He said, me drive past, me look on the outside. And me assume if anything the wrong inside, you don't call me. Me don't need to come in there. Simple put. He said, me drive, me look on the outside. I assume if something wrong inside, you don't call me and tell me. So me don't get no call, so me go my ways. It's not everybody micromanage, look over everybody's shoulder. You put people in a position that you trust to get a job done. And you have to give them the chance to do the job. However, when you find out that there is breaches, then you step in and you take action. But the minister cannot go sit in at every meeting. The minister is not going to call the man after every meeting. And I know some management go, people. I know some management go. And believe me, I am speaking to you as a manager in waiting. I don't know me I go manage it, but me I manage
As the
something.
chief internal audit executive said, indeed, but the chief audit executive would conduct this audit in accordance with his plan. The audit committee is made up of the board members. The chief audit executive actually reports to the chairman of the audit committee with a dotted line to the CEO.
Chairman who is a member of the board.
Yeah. Yes, the chairman of the audit committee is a member of the board. Yes, it's a board committee.
Okay.
Right. So once the audit is completed, then he reports to he meets with the audit committee, and the matter is discussed. And he might not be a part of the board. He definitely is not a part of the board. But what happens under normal circumstances is that on the minutes, on the agenda of the board would be an item.
Please to stay after class, madam. We need to have a meeting. Please to stay after class.
For reports from the audit committee, and the matter will be discussed there.
All right. That's all I wanted to get the procedure, because we're going to get into the meat of the matter later.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, member, I don't know if it's Hamilton. Yes, go ahead, member Hamilton.
You never want a procedure. What you want to do is to find a way to blame the minister. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Based on what I'm hearing, I find that there are a number of irregularities and anomalies within the governance structure of the university. But one that stands out for me is the audit finding speaking to contracts that were approved by the CEO without documented evidence of evaluation or procurement committee review. And I wanted to find out whether the internal auditor ever highlighted any such irregularity, and whom did he report that to?
You heard the question, sir? Or just repeat your question, member Hamilton.
There is an audit finding that states that contracts were approved by the CEO without documented evidence of evaluation or procurement committee review. And I wanted to find out if your department ever highlighted such an irregularity, and to whom did you make that report in that instance?
All right, thank you, member. Not the same instance, but in similar instances, because normally when we're doing those reviews, we would have looked in the minutes to see those contracts that were approved, and we had issues. We have highlighted issues in which we saw contracts that were completed, but we did not see them as ratified in the minutes. And it's in the audit findings, in the audit reports, and it is there, and nothing was done about it.
And submitted to whom?
All our audit reports are sent to the audit committee and the CEO. We have a dual reporting relationship where we report administratively to the CEO and functionally to the audit committee. So every quarter, Chair, the audit committee would get a report of all the audit activities.
Shika, I can see her name is visibly frustrated too, you know. I can see her name is visibly frustrated for you.
Activities for each quarter, and these will also be sent to the CEO for action. Thank you, member.
Chair, just a follow-up.
So you're saying that in that particular instance where the CEO, there's an issue with contract approval by the CEO, that such a report was also sent to the CEO for action?
Not specifically speaking to that particular issues. I'm saying, member, that were similar issues.
But that is what you're saying would happen when you have a report about an irregularity. It goes to the CEO and the chairman of the audit committee of the board.
Yes, member.
For action to be taken.
Yes, member.
Member Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. Sometimes the public, you know, they are watching the PAC, and sometimes they need to follow closely, and I'm going to ensure that they follow. We're looking at audit findings here, And just let me highlight a few, and this is for the interest of those watching. Procurement documentation not provided for 51 of 11 contracts, of 111 contracts. Contracts approved by CEO without documented evidence of evaluation or procurement committee review. Procurement processes conducted after delivery of goods and services. Retrospective bidding used to support completed works. Contract splitting used to fall below procurement threshold. Direct contracting used for approximately 64% of procurement activities. So this strikes me, Chairman, as a cocktail of inefficiency, and which, of course, I'm of the view, created the facility for all of these breaches. Now, let us look at management's response, which I am of the view...
Just procedurally,
right.
Before you came in, what I intended to do was go through them one by one.
Hold on, Chair.
Yeah.
Allow me. I'm getting there. I'm of the view that the management's response in this instance is somewhat in parts incongruous. 28 missing files located, efforts ongoing to locate missing files, instructions issued to discontinue identified practices, and so on. What were the consequent actions pertinent to these breaches identified in the audit findings, and who is complicit and or culpable, and what is the head of procurement saying in these matters? Thank you.
Well, I'll invite the acting CEO to comment, and as he said, he's new to the position, but he can.
That's fine.
But the team is here that can support him.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member. I did state in my opening remarks, I'm not sure if you were here, that there is a committee formed by the board, the Catherine Phipps Committee, that is investigating the matters related to the Auditor General's report and to identify staff members who may be liable or culpable in the instances, and then make recommendations as to the actions that should be taken. There is also the police and the customs who are involved, along with the Integrity Commission, who are doing their investigation to identify where there may be anything related to any illegal practice and to make take the necessary action. So we are awaiting those response. As I explained, Mr. Chair, we have received one report only from customs to date, and they have said they will be coming to us with the others. And we received that just on Friday of last week, sorry. So there are things being put in place, and we have changed a lot of the procedures. We have done some training for the staff, a serious amount of training during that time, and we have issued letters to persons to cease and desist from certain activities.
All right, members, we have spent about an hour and 15 minutes just on the...
Did you ask him most of the questions? Did you ask him most of the questions?
No, man, I asked many pertinent questions that were on your mind, right? And I could read your mind. What I want to go to now, I wanted to go to the specific findings, but you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted a follow-up on the audit findings on procurement documentation not provided for 51 of the 111 contracts. Were any of those 51 were found out?
Remember, what I want to do, I'm going to get to it,
Right.
you know, but I could just go finding by finding. We're not rushing. There's no parliament, so we have all day.
I have another meeting.
Yeah, I know, but the reason I want to do it finding by finding, I don't want to go to 4, then come back to 1, etc. I could go finding by finding. Trust me, we're going to go through every single one.
Yeah, but I think I'm not understanding how is it that the procurement head, as far as that's the system, there must be a system there, and how is it that documentation were not able to be
hold
found?
it. Yes, I have your concern too, you know. Believe you me, but I'm going to get to it. Let's just do the key finding number 1: absence of strategic documents and procurement planning. Now, I have seen in the management's response that reports for 26, 27, etc. have been done. Now, my question is, and the acting CEO may not know, but for those who would have worked there before, were there reports done for the last 10 years? Procurement reports, strategic plans, etc. before this? I see what is being done now, but what would have existed for 10, 15 years before this? And I don't know who can answer that question for me.
The records does not indicate that this was being consistently done. And in fact, for the period that the Auditor General reviewed, there were some that were done but were not properly approved. And so it was considered as not being done. And what we have done, however, is that the 26-27 has now gone through the procedures, the proper procedures of approval, and has been approved by the board for 26-27. The strategic plan, 26-27, the operational plan, the strategic plan, and the procurement plans have all gone through the necessary required procedure and have now been approved. Can
I ask, when was the last time an external audit was done of the university hospital?
The last one was done for 2018-2019. It was done by KPMG. The one currently being done that will, as I had mentioned, will recommence in April is for 2019-2020, and for 2020 to 2025 that was tendered, and a firm has been selected, but we are awaiting the completion. Some work will take place on the 20 to 25, but we are awaiting the finalization of the 19 to 2020 in order to move forward.
And maybe Ministry of Finance, is it a requirement that this should be an annual exercise for the external audits? We're going to come back to that because there are a number of public bodies that I know are very delinquent in terms of their annual reports and audited financials, but we have to pay attention to the ones where there are billions of dollars being spent, and this is one such case where we're spending billions of dollars. So let me ask members, any other questions on, yes, Member Brown, key finding one.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I see where the Auditor General in the audit findings related to this particular one would have said that there was a failure to provide strategic plans despite having hired and paid 2 consultants USD $186,000, or approximately 30 million, and she referenced it earlier on in our opening remarks. That that was paid out, and they still can't find any document. I don't know if it should be directed to the CEO. I know you are new, but I know you have officers behind you. You have your full team here. What happened? How that go? Could you also name the consultants, the 2 consultants, and what their purview, what were their responsibility? Give us an overview. But $30 million were paid to 2 consultants, and the Auditor General can't find no reports or nothing. So could you give us an update as to what is happening? And if you could name who those consultants were and what they actually did.
Okay, there are 2 firms that were employed. One was to help with the strategic plan, and that contract was for approximately 90 million. And then of the 186, it was 50% of the contract for the other person was the other 90 million. Sorry, no, it says in total has been paid out is 186,000
US.
90,000, sorry, 90,000 would have been paid to one to do the strategic plan, which was done. What could not be provided was the report from the second consultant, which in fact we have subsequently provided to the Auditor General and to the ministry. They were contracted because their contract could not be located at the time, as well as we were able to obtain a preliminary report from them in February of this year. and also a copy of the contract. They signed the contract. So there was a contract but not signed. We were able to provide a copy of the signed contract and the preliminary report from the second. And the second one was there to provide an operation plan as well as a turnaround plan for the hospital in terms of its viability from a financial standpoint, because at this moment it is not in the best shape.
So,
and yes.
So the signed contract was done after the findings of the Auditor General. That's what you're saying?
No, it was this.
Because you say you couldn't find it.
It was found after, but it was signed before the Auditor General's finding. But it wasn't presented. It was not presented. So it was there. What we are seeing.
Mr. Burchell, we are listening to the Public Accounts Committee meeting of today, where they examine the findings of the Auditor General report into happenings at the University Hospital at the West Indies.
It was signed before, but it was not presented to the audit, the signed contract.
We believe if we're going to have discussion on these things, Mr. Burchell, people need to pay attention to these things. This is where at these meetings, the sitting of Parliament, the committee meetings, is where real information is dispersed. Not propaganda, but we sit down and we talk with partisan politics. I remember me say weak, I'm a part of it too. But when we pay attention to these things, it will better guide our discussions.
Was not presented to the Auditor General.
I think, can the Auditor General respond to that, please? Because
All right, I just need a bit of clarification. What is it that was present, that was missing, that was found?
The signed contract?
Contract?
Yes.
Okay, so are we speaking about the contract or the strategic plan?
the strategic plan, as well as the two consultants who were hired.
Oh, the consultant. Right, so, okay, fine. All right, so let me speak about the strategic plan and the operational review, because we spoke about not seeing an approved strategic plan.
Yes.
So an entity was engaged to undertake a strategic review.
That's right.
And transformational review as well?
Yes.
No. One was
strategic and operational.
No,
review.
one was for operation and turnaround. One was for strategic and transformational.
Yes.
And produce a transformational plan.
Yes.
But that's not a strategic plan. So we did not see the strategic plan.
When you say Pamela look too bad, Pamela look good, Pamela look like me that put in a word.
My colleague is letting me know that the intent was to use the strategic review and transformational plan to inform the strategic plan, but we didn't see an approved strategic plan. No, for the operations review.
Sorry, just for clarity here, you used the word approved a couple of times. Is it that it existed but was not approved by the entity?
It was not approved by the board.
It was not approved by the board?
No.
But it existed?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So it's all draft, but no.
Okay, so there was a draft report.
The draft presented to the board, but the board did not accept it and did not approve it.
Okay.
Right.
But the second one,
the operations review
and the turnaround.
Development of the turnaround plan. We have not seen the turnaround plan. We haven't seen that plan. But last week, we received a draft operations review document.
That is correct, along with the signed contract between us and the person doing that.
Okay, so we were of the impression that the consultant failed to provide the document at the time that it should have been provided, but they submitted
last week
in February 2026.
So
that's my understanding.
Let me, so I can be clear. There were two consultants engaged.
That's right.
One provided a plan which went to the board but was not approved by the board.
Strategic plan.
The strategy wasn't approved by the board, but they delivered something, but the board didn't sign off on it. The second one, you said the document itself was just provided 2 months ago, February, last month?
last week.
And my understanding is that it was submitted, the draft, what we saw, a draft document. That,
February.
Right. And let's just put this into context because this contract was 2024 and the document should have, because as you know, a turnaround means that you need to address something. So it should have been produced 4 months after we received it last.
Yeah, so the question is on the second one, was the consultant fully paid?
No. He has been paid 50%. So the first one, the total amount was approximately 90,000 US. On the second one, the total amount is approximately 180,000 US. So the first one was paid 90, and the second one was paid another 90, which comes up to about the 186,000. Now, so the second one has received half the payment. Up to the time when I came, we had not received any report, but he provided us with an interim draft report.
Hold on, Mr. Hosing. When was he contracted, or she?
In 2024.
So it took 2 years and the Auditor General report.
End of 2024, sorry.
2 years and the Auditor General report to get a draft? After him get 50% of their money?
No, he got 90.
50%.
Yeah, but it's 50% of his money.
Yes.
For the entity to get something?
That is correct, Chair.
It's really a joke.
Oh boy. All right. I just wanted to be clear, because that is crazy. That you could pay 50% almost 2 years, and only because the Auditor General goes in that he produces that report after getting 50% of money? Madness that.
Total madness.
Madness that.
You see, that's why we have to be careful and aware of how we enter into contract, because I agree with Comrade Robinson. Yeah, that is madness. That is madness. It's not on a road there, go. It's a study and a report. So if the Auditor General never step in, when would that report? Well, it's not for after they don't get the report yet. I yet money are changed, and that's why they have to be front end of contract and back end of contract. That's the, if I am not giving what I contracted for by X amount of time, you should start losing money.
So the only somebody made a keep after this meeting is the auditor, because you know why? Him say me tell you no, and they did nothing, and he spoke up for himself. Him now make them up to the permanent.
Now make them scapegoat him.
No, because they wanted to, right? I remember, so they started to say about auditing and internal audit and whatever. You get into the grimy part. It's coming right up.
All right.
I mean,
There's serious.
it points again to a broader systemic problem. Remember, Morrison would have raised the full listing.
Put the mic closer to you.
Yes. Yeah, it points again to, a fundamental problem, which I don't want to blame you or the hospital officers directly, but there is a need for, and as we deep dive into further things, because Chairman, we may have to come back.
Yeah, well,
because there are a lot of issues that are here that needs to be properly ventilated, as Member Morrison is saying, so that the public understands it. But what is being painted is just, a free-for-all and a broad. Yes. Thank you.
I remember Miller.
I want to find out how often is their procurement committee in place? How often do they meet? And why is it that there was no procurement plan in place? And how the procurement committee went about approving contracts if you don't have records? So I don't know if you'll be able to help me or...
Yes. The procurement committee meets every fortnight on a scheduled basis, but there are circumstances that may require them to meet even within that time period because of urgency of matter. They will, what is presented to them, anything over the 3 million threshold that the Ministry of Finance highlighted would have to go and be reviewed by them. And that is what they use to operate. There are minutes of their meetings. There in the past, some were not things, as the auditors said, were not in the minutes because they were not presented to the procurement committee for review.
So how did the procurement committee go about approving the contracts if documents weren't presented?
Well, they did not approve anything. It didn't come to them, so they would not have approved or rejected anything.
So the procurement committee then just existed and met and did not approve anything?
No.
Let me understand.
No. There are circumstances, there are things highlighted by the Auditor General and by our internal audit where, in fact, items that were processed did not go through the proper procedure, which include a procurement committee having received it, reviewed it, and made a decision on it.
Very well. So the procurement committee then was circumvented in this process?
In some cases.
Very well.
All right, Member Corporate.
Yeah, I just want to I want to place on record, because we hear of these things too often about.
I mean, the person asking, we're listening to the PAC meeting in Parliament, so the entire committee is there asking question of the representative from the University Hospital.
Companies who are, hired to, to do something, and when taxpayers' money is being spent, there's this disregard for taxpayers' money, and I just want to kind of put it out there that, I hope that. And I hope we don't continue to see these things happening, especially with what we're finding now. And I know that we have seen this happen over and over again. And it is quite telling that people really don't see government spending as anything, important, and I guess they just take it as something simple as, oh, it's taxpayers' money, so it's free money. And it is, I really hope that going forward, systems are put in place where we're not just paying a company $90,000 US dollars, getting nothing for it, and it's just a brush off kind of a thing.
And a nothing.
I really hope that we wake up from this dream. We really wake up from this going forward and not take taxpayers' money as some sort of a free money. We have to hold people accountable. We have to start holding people accountable. And that this is not, my taxpaying dollar is not free.
Fully agree with you. All right, I want to go to key finding number 2, non-compliance with Government of Jamaica JLP portal requirements for procurement. And I've seen the response. I see there was a circular dated June 3rd, 2023. But it seemed that circular was disregarded, and then there was a memoranda. I assume this date should be October 5th, 2025, not 2026, right? But again, retrospectively. So my question, and the acting CEO may not be able to answer because you're new, but how can people be staff just disregard a requirement to use a portal, which is what's supposed to happen, and not now?
Chika, shouldn't we be able to summon the past CEO to these meetings to answer the questions during their tenure? Isn't that something that should be done? The person that was in the seat during these times, shouldn't they be the one here answering the questions?
That's what I want to know. So if a CEO sends out memoranda in 2023 instructing people to follow the guidelines, use the portal, nothing is done, and it just goes so? No referral to HR, nothing written on a file, nothing? It just goes so? Who can guide this committee in answering that question?
I'm going to ask Mr. Ainsworth Buckridge, who is the Senior Director for Procurement, to provide a response.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Malu. Thanks.
Okay. Good morning again, Chairman. What
Can you say how long you've been in that post, sir?
Well, I've been in this post for approximately 10 years.
Okay.
I was removed, transferred to another department the 1st of February 2024 and reinstated the 2nd of February 2026.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and explain to us why this wasn't being followed.
Go again.
Yes, so the drama start with this man.
The portal requirements for procurement.
Well, what we, since my return, I've realized that based on the audit findings, that the portal is to be used 100% of the time. So
was it being used any of the time?
Yes, it was being used. What was done, all procurement over 10 million was being used, uploaded to the portal. And so what we have done now...
Was it that there was a misunderstanding that things below 10 million didn't need to go on the portal?
For the most part, I think there was a misunderstanding in terms of...
All right, I'm going to allow him to, but you can hear from the members their concern about this. And the fact that even though it's over 10 million, it is a very small number of the transactions that were done that were actually uploaded to the portal. So what I'm trying to understand is what would be the issue that would prevent people from uploading to the portal, and then this must have been, somebody must have seen that this wasn't being done. What was being done to hold those persons accountable?
I think, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I think there was a lack of training and a lack of implementation of the policy, of the GOJ policy, which, as I've said from the beginning, Mr. Chair, that we are fully in agreement with the findings of the Auditor General. There has just been breaches after breaches and lack of implementation. And so they did not implement the policy as it should have been. We have now done that as of March 1. All, not some, all, no matter the size, must be on the portal and are being placed on the portal.
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Hosing, what you're doing going forward. I appreciate that. But I still need to understand why you said training and capacity. But I can't buy that because some of the transactions were being uploaded. So it's not that people never know, that people didn't know how to upload it. There's a reason people chose not to upload these transactions. And I need to know why. And in a scenario like this, how were people, what did people hold up their hand and say, well, I'm having a technical problem or nothing? And didn't somebody notice that these things weren't being done and say, listen, we must follow these GOJ requirements? That's because a circular was sent and basically ignored. And that's what I'm trying to understand. I appreciate what we're doing going forward, but we must understand what took place. And if 69
minutes in the match, still nil all.
Something took place, what was done to correct it, etc. So I give you back the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chair. From my understanding,
Go again, Chica.
The match starts.
69 minutes gone, still nil all.
the circular, the procurement unit was not aware of this particular circular at the time.
No, hold on.
Not aware?
Let me read. Procurement department members were instructed to strictly follow the circular dated June 3rd, 2023. So what? The circular never reached the people.
The circular never
I didn't
circulated.
understand that a while ago.
No, I'm reading what the
Yeah.
management's
I thought
response
you-
is.
I thought you were mentioning the
No man, remember I said it was the goal was ruled offside. Nax. The goal was I said it at the same time and it was ruled offside. So it's still nil all.
circular from the Ministry of
Yes,
Finance.
Huh?
Who did score? Congo?
Yeah, but it was ruled offside.
Oh,
But Shika, this man said there wasn't aware of the circular that says then
from 2023, Chuck. From 2023. And this is why I said earlier, Chuck, say, all of them to go at them yard.
Yeah, man.
Because
Hogwash.
he's the director of the department, right? How is it you're not going to make sure that your staff are following this law? Because a lie, no, Chuck. My God. If you go on,
we never know is the man answer.
response of management. I'm reading management's response. The procurement department members were instructed to strictly follow the circular dated June 3rd, 2023. But so what? From 2023 onwards, we're fully compliant?
No, Mr. Chairman. I think what the Auditor General explained is that the compliance and the memo to them to state they must follow the guideline was sent to them after the Auditor General had finished their work. They were being
So they never saw this before?
they were not practicing it. Some were saying they never knew of it.
No,
So that's what I want to know. So if that's so you're saying, sir, that don't why you keep turning off your mic? Keep on your mic. You're saying that the staff in the procurement department were not aware of this requirement before the Auditor General came in?
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Sorry. All right. Ministry of Finance have to help me here. So you're saying the procurement department only became aware of the need to do this after the Auditor General's report?
It can't be real, Kimmy.
But this get bizarre and bizarre and bizarre. But hold on, before I come to you. Miss Blake, you have to help me as Ministry of Finance. This would be a circular which comes from the Ministry of Finance, which is sent to each ministry to be sent to each department, agency under the purview of each ministry, right? The U is a big entity, it's not a party shop, it's not a little 1 and 2 shilling you spend. And you're going to say that nobody in the procurement, they were using it in 2021? So how sir?
Oh, we started to use it, sir. We went on a training.
When?
In 2021. And we were told that there were 5 organizations that were being used as a pilot project.
Okay.
As it relates to GoJEP. And that is when we
Kimmy, we are listening to the PAC meeting today. It is as real as it gets.
said we would start to use even though we were not a part of that pilot, we had made a decision internally to start to use the system with 10 million and above.
So that decision was made by what? The procurement department?
The procurement department, sir.
From 2021?
Yes.
Then what you say you never know about it?
Everything from 2021 going forward, you would have been complying with everything 10 million or
10
more?
million and above, sir.
So even with that, the number, so all is what, 20 of 800? 800. So everything that was not put up was below 10 million? Couldn't be.
For the University of the West Indies.
It's only 20 of 800 transactions were uploaded to the portal. And you say you are doing 10 million or more. Is it that these 780 were below 10 million?
We
try to get notice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Because we do a lot of
Huh?
Birchell not there, a Cuthbert.
A Cuthbert.
Cuthbert was getting under their skin. Every time
But it is, listen, and this is the problem. And here why these things don't get chica. Because the discussion around this thing has been at the minister fault. And guess what now? If the minister did resign from day one, we would not be getting down into all of this.
Right. And it's going to come to the part where they said that according to the Procurement Act, Chuck, it is the head of entity who is responsible. So you go get to that part as well. So this clamoring for where's Tufton? Tufton needs to act at the head of entity, and we see it play out now. The man say, me tell the board, nothing no come of it. Me can't do nothing. Tufton probably don't even know as well. Tufton probably don't even know. So
to provide that, because this goes to the heart of accountability. Taxpayers need to know how their funds are being spent. Once a procurement goes out, it is advertised, and then you need to know you have awarded a contract. We need to know who the contract was awarded to and for how much. That's the heart of accountability and governance. So you're basically saying that you started in 2021, but again, I would like you as a follow-up, I don't want you to guess and spell, get the information from it, because what the report says is 20 out of 800, which is unacceptably low, and I can't accept that all of those 780 transactions would have been below 10 million, which would necessitate them not being uploaded. So get that data and provide it to the committee as a follow-up.
Okay, Chair.
Yes,
Just a follow-up. He did say though, Mr. Barrett, did you say the training for GoJeb was in 2023?
16.
I mean, we would have started before that, and it continued from year to year. So usually the Office of Public Procurement Policy would have trainings, particularly in the summers. We have summer series. In 2024, we had an Elevate Procurement Conference that had a lot of training around various aspects of public procurement.
And what was the amount that you would have to go on GoJeb for? Because I just did something as a member of parliament, and it was $5 million, and they had to go on the site.
So
I'm trying to understand, of the 20 that were published, does that mean then the 780 were below $5 million?
Right. So there's a mandatory requirement for using the GoJeb platform for anything above 1.5 million Jamaican dollars. For amounts below that, you are encouraged to use it, but it's not mandatory. But for anything above 1.5 million Jamaican dollars, there's a requirement for the system to be used.
So that's even crazier because.
So Chuck, you see where he basically said they took an initiative to upload anything over $10 million. You hear what they say? According to the GOJ, right? Anything over 1.5 million is supposed
Jamaican, that is 10,000 US,
right.
You know. That is 10,000 US.
Yes, but him take the initiative for the 10 million when 1.5 million you're supposed to upload the document. So even though you're saying, oh, I am using it under this and we did that, you still break the law, right? He needs to go home.
Yes, man.
Hear this. Yeah, listen to me. I was glued to the TV today, guys, because this can't be real.
That means the University of the West Indies was purchasing stuff for below $1.5 million. Am I understanding correctly?
Well, the question I would ask is where the 10 million figure came from that you decided you'd use 10 million and above, given that the government's requirement is 1.5 million.
Right.
So where did that figure come from? Somebody just pull it out of the ear? No, let me just ask, because maybe there's some rationale for the 10 million figure.
Okay, the rationale for the 10 million, it was an internal decision
because of
By who?
the training. The department.
So the department made a decision. Was that sanctioned by the board or anybody?
To my understanding, at the time, it wasn't mandated. 5 organizations, if I could remember, were doing the pilot project with GoJep. So we at the time.
Go ahead, man.
It was still a pilot project, but we at the time feel that we, in terms of learning the system, so when everything come on mainstream, the department would be of faith without to monitor the system, and that is how that 10 million came into being.
So basically, a decision was taken to circumvent the system. I mean, that's what it.
The man answering the question. What's his title, Sheikah?
He's the director of procurement.
Director of procurement. Yeah, I was thinking head. He's the director of procurement. So he's in charge.
Thieves.
So let me show you what happened here. So by saying, okay, we are not mandated to use the system, so we're going to start with 10 million and up, right? Guess what happened? He created a culture for that organization. So they started to break the law even during training, and that was not corrected. That was not corrected, even though they decided that, oh, we needed to start using the system. It was not corrected. So them just didn't do all of what they want, because the government say 1.5 and up, right? And you say, all right, we're going to try with 10 million. But what you should have done was to start a good culture, upload everything. And that would have prevented this that we're talking about now. Well, not all of it, because some of it not go through you none at all. So I believe, Chuck, that this man is culpable. And as it gets bizarre and bizarre, as what he named Julian say, you will understand why I said that, because he is totally clueless.
I can see that.
Or he's pretending to.
Or he's nonchalant. I think he's more nonchalant about what happened.
I don't. His attitude is not saying nonchalant, Chuck. Well, I guess yes, you can say that. I won't be held responsible. So
thank you. That is it.
Yeah. I mute.
Yes, because no, but you can't tell me no if it's only 20 out of 800 transactions were uploaded. Well, help me, Auditor General, if I'm wrong.
All right, so my understanding, Mr. Chairman, as the procurement director said, in 2021, they were invited to participate in the training for the GoJep, how to use the system. The circular did not come into being until 2023, but the requirements, the mandatory upload of all procurement.
So, Sheikah, I remember when Nigel spoke about the GoJet platform in his budget presentation. I remember specifically when he did that. So, guys, what I want to understand is that the government is literally trying to weed out the corruption out of these places, but the culture of corruption is in them.
You remember earlier when I said to you that it started from the 18 years, Chuck? When I said that to you earlier,
yes,
these things have been practiced and no one is held accountable. Nobody now got prison, Chuck.
Nobody now got prison.
Lose their job. So it continue, because if the government put this system in place, Chuck, you're supposed to make sure, say, your people them is using it for accountability. Chuck, I remember one time I was having the conversation, and I remember if you did it, I'm going to tell him, say, I am a hands-on manager, Chuck. There's nothing that comes into my branch that I don't know, that I don't read and call a meeting immediately. I will go through it, and if it's training, I'm going to train my staff. Because when it comes on to being held accountable, me can't go tell my director, say, me no know Chuck, or me never make sure say
Exactly.
here too. So people need to be held accountable. And this is the problem we have in Jamaica. This man needs to be held accountable.
Came in 2023. So in 2021, the UHWI participated in the training and they took the initiative. They were not required to upload to GoGEP. They took the initiative to upload and so that they would start with procurements at $10 million and above. What they failed to do was actually in 2023, and I can't speak to about their knowledge of the circular, but I know that they received training at some point in time in terms of how to use the system. They never went back and adjusted the policy that they had implemented. So they never transitioned from the pilot into and to regularize the adoption of the requirements of the ministry.
So they've been breaking the law.
I hear you.
Because I think they were doing it ad hoc. That's what we saw. They were just doing it ad hoc because they did not.
Go again, Chica.
You see the same thing that I just said? While they were practicing, they created a bad habit, and when it's time now for them to desist from the practice, they didn't desist. And that is that.
Embed it in their control and governance process, which is what needs to be done.
That is correct, Auditor General.
Outside again.
All right, thank you. Again, so your follow-up is to provide for us a report once you get the facts as to the 780 transactions that were not uploaded. What size those were and why those were not uploaded.
Okay, Chairman.
All right, I'm going to key finding 3, which must be the most egregious of them. So somebody have helped me explain this one. The absence of procurement documentation. The University Hospital of the West Indies could not provide procurement documentation for 51 contracts. However, since then, 28 files valued at 269 million have been found, which means that we can find 22 and one is incomplete. So, and that the 22 that can be found is 246 million and one incomplete is 18 million. So again, just explain to us as a committee, when a procurement is completed, what is the process to put that document, whether it's physical storage, online on a server? Just explain that process.
And this is so unacceptable, Shika. You tell me say you can't find the contract them.
You need to back it up a little bit here with the value of the contracts.
Yeah, man, me hear when say over $200 million.
It's one that is here, yet me know you never hear the second figure. Go back. Back it up a little bit.
Hold on.
Procurement came in 2023. So in 2021, the UHWI participated in the training and they took the initiative. They were not required to upload to GoGEP. They took the initiative to upload and so that they would start with procurements at $10 million and above. What they failed to do was actually in 2023, and I can't speak to about their knowledge of the circular, but I know that they received training at some point in time in terms of how to use the system. They never went back and adjusted the policy that they had implemented. So they never transitioned from the pilot into and to regularize the adoption of the requirements of the ministry.
I hear you.
Because I think they were doing it ad hoc. That's what we saw. They were just doing it ad hoc because they did not embed it in their control and governance process, which is what needs to be done.
So some people do that, some people don't.
Correct,
all right, thank you. Again, so your follow-up is to provide for us a report once you get the facts as to the 780 transactions that were not uploaded, what size those were and why those were not uploaded.
Okay, Chairman.
All right. All right, I go into key finding 3, which must be the most egregious of them. So somebody
Jamaica, you can't ask them questions, man. You frighten the people.
Absence of procurement documentation. The University Hospital of the West Indies could not provide procurement documentation for 51 contracts. However, since then, 28 files valued at 269 million have been found, which means that we can find 22 and 1 is incomplete. So, and that the 22 that can be found is 246 million and 1 incomplete is 18 million. So again, just explain to us as a committee,
that's over half a,
when
that's
a procurement
almost
is
half a
completed,
$1 billion in a contract.
what is the
right there.
process to put that document, whether it's physical storage, online on a server? Just explain that process to me. Because this, well, I'm starting with the acting CEO and you can delegate, but this one to me is the worst one. That you just can't find documents. Even after the Auditor General has been in, you have found about half of them. And obviously you've been looking for the rest and you can't find them. So help us, Mr. Hosing.
The member asked where were they. When I took up the position, I insisted that they must find them. And they were able to locate the 28, and then after submitting those 28, they found 1 more, make it 29. They have so far been unable to locate anymore. They were in storage in a story room, but it was never provided to the auditors. When they came, even after requesting it, they did not provide it to them. But I insisted that they should. I don't think there was, I wasn't there, so I can't tell you whether it was resistance or what, member. It could have been, lack of diligence and searching and insistence. But they were able to locate some. The search continues, but it is so far not proven any further success other than the 29.
So what is the standard operating procedure? I love this term. For when a procurement is complete, where those documents should be stored, clearly for audit purposes, for both internal and your external auditor, you have to keep your documentation, where those documents should be held, etc. What is that procedure?
I'll ask Mr. Bokri just to share with the meeting. Yeah.
Turn on back your mic.
Yes, Chair. The standard operating procedure is that each document procurement activity or file is filed in a file folder and placed in a hard binder and then transferred to a storage area where it can be retrieved. Upon my return to the unit, upon my return to the unit, I realized that this practice wasn't being followed, hence the reason why these files could not be located. And
so where would those files have been?
Those files should have been in a storage area. My understanding is that that area was flooded at least 2 or 3 times based on heavy rainfall. That was my understanding.
Can you be more specific? Was that
don't make sense to me.
What were the dates of? Because let me tell you, you know why this one is more serious? We don't know whether you're not even in a position to make an assessment. And I don't want to conclude that it is deliberate, because I don't know. But given everything that we have seen, you could infer that. But to say there were 3 cases of flooding when were those 3 cases of flood? Because it's the first time we're hearing that. I don't know if that was shared with the Auditor
And the
General.
first night about the flooding. Come right, Blair.
And if you
Come
are
here, come right, Blair.
in a place that flood out easy, you know, move it somewhere else, if that is the case.
Thank you.
Are there basements?
But
And if you flood one time and you lose some file, how you happen a second and a third time?
But help me on that one. Because tell me when those flooding took
Yeah, Ian.
I am saying rubbish.
place and whether those were reported to the board, to the internal audit committee, etc. Was there a request for removal to a different storage area? I need to know that.
And do they have basements?
Well, let me ask him. Go ahead. So the three flooding out. Tell me when those took place.
And where? Oh, you're asking. Where's this?
No, he said there were 3 cases of flooding.
Came back. Where did you leave out them from?
No, but help us there.
Okay, so that was my understanding that the area was flooded.
When?
I didn't get the specific. I'm not aware of the specific. But while I was not there, I understand that the area was flooded.
No, so all right. Is there anybody who can? Because this is the first. This was reported to the Auditor General when she did her review. So it's the first time we're hearing this issue. So I would like, as part of your report, to tell us specifically when the flooding took place and whether when those incidents took place, whether management was informed, whether a corrective thing was put in place, whether it's flooding from the roof, the floor, whatever, to mitigate against that. We could never accept that 50% of documents valuing $280 million can be found because of flooding. Because of flooding. I mean, you haven't even assessed the ones you have found yet to determine whether you're following proper procedure.
But if there was flooding, how come they found some?
Well, we need help. Who can help us with that? Internal auditor? You can help us with that? Because, yes, some were found. 28 were found.
Okay, for the auditor face now.
So it must be from the same era of flood out, where you find the 28. So why can't the other 22 be found? Mr. Internal Auditor, help us here. Again, in conducting, you have to release your mic so I can turn on his. In conducting your internal, is that an issue which you identified and brought to the attention of the audit committee of the board or the CEO?
Thank you, Chair. Just for context.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just for context.
Good question,
the internal audit function had done 6 reviews of procurement section, and the issue of documentation not being found is institutionalized. It is systemic. We have done review of it, and on several occasions we'd asked them to put in systems in place to mitigate against that. And it is in the internal audit reports, and since recently, they have done something about it in terms of the management has put something in place, and we have reviewed that.
What has management put in place?
They have put in, as the senior director had said, filing cabinets, and filing cabinets and hard folders. We had looked at them just recently, Chair. Right, but it has been institutionalized over a long period of time, and we have reviewed them and report them to the audit committee, and that is where it ends, Chair.
No, hold on, help me again.
So, beg a second, Shika. So, are you telling me until now it's just recently the university hospital discovered filing cabinets?
You can't ask me, Chuck. We're just as surprised as it.
But the man said they implement something. What they implement? A filing cabinet. So it's better to say that the university just discovered filing cabinets.
Maybe it's the plastic ones, Chuck. It's not. Maybe it's the plastic ones.
Chuck, they say, Chuck, when me hear that, me comment over PBCJ, I say, me we run away, no?
Why? No. Remember the gentleman said this, they used to throw them in a file jacket.
And binder. And binder. I know, he say, the initiative that they took
was to get a filing cabinet. So the one...
The auditor was so annoyed, man.
Yes.
Oh God.
You are saying people put in place filing cabinet.
Yes, Chair.
Me have that on my yard, you know.
Julian.
Me have that on my yard. You can't tell me.
No, Julian, you should be a labor, right? Julian to cross the floor. Julian need to cross the floor, Julian. Filing cabinet there my yard too. In fact, me a cabinet at my yard.
Hey, Julian, go on bad today. May I tell you, he was not being partisan today.
No, Julian was not being partisan. Yes. All the questions he asked was important question. His response were important. Yes, I agree with him.
Yes.
At the university hospital at the West Indies that spend billions of taxpayers' money just put in place filing cabinet?
Yes, Chair. Yes,
No,
Chair.
man,
Filing cabinets and hard folders.
Cabinets and hard folders?
Yes, Chair.
So what existed before?
Right. So, Chair, those recent procurement activity, the board, which is the audit committee, had asked the internal audit function to review audit, read the issue of GoJEP for the period October 2025 to December 2025. And they have asked that the function reviews whether the procurement department is conforming to the GoJEP requirement. We have reviewed
what
it.
Connecting, I was active. They can't just go back and connecting. Trust
to
me.
mitigate that issue that the Auditor General had identified in terms of record keeping. And they had indicated in their response that they have put in filing cabinets and hard folders, and those procurement activities are stored in hard folders and filing cabinets. And we have reviewed them and confirmed that that is so, Chair.
So let me ask you, the files we can't miss, them walk out of the hospital and go up on Mona Road? No, seriously. How can those, first we hear rainfall and wet up some files, right? And I would like that report, right? Formally. But how can so many files be missing? Somebody take them out of the hospital and go somewhere with them?
Just to say, Chair, in terms of the flooded, in one of our reviews, I think in 2020, that the internal audit reviewed, don't hold me to that, I have to go back in the report, but they did mention, management did mention that there was an area flooded, and they couldn't find some of the files. I did remember that in one of the reviews, Chair.
But it's one thing to say the file them wet up, you know. I understand if you tell me say the file them wet up, but if you tell me say you can't find the files,
them,
that should be in. So before the filing cabinets, which seem to be a great innovation of 2026, to put things in filing cabinets.
Hold on. I agree with you. The great innovation of 2026, where the university hospital just discovered filing cabinet. But Chika, I agree with Julia. It's another thing to say you find the files and then wet up. But it's a totally different thing to say you can't find them.
Mr. Chuck, continue to listen. Skyfall says something I'm more address it. He said, give me a run as chief of COO, and I'm telling the place worker or whatever he's saying. And while I was listening to the meeting, Chuck, I had the same thought in my head that, so we just need to fire everybody and put some new, young, innovative people.
Yes.
That's the only thing, because guess what? These people are back in 1990, because you are telling me, say, you just reach a filing cabinet. Binder, paper folder and binder.
Yes.
This is bullshit to me. And when you hear the man opening mouth again, the director of procurement opening mouth again, it's gonna be another drama. Trust me. I was flabber but not gasted.
Please, I can hear him.
Where were these things being stored before?
As the senior director of public procurement said, Chair, they were in a storeroom and just placed.
What kind of storeroom?
Just in a holding area where they would store.
Like the shed at the back of my yard when I put my lawn on.
No, Chair, in the procurement unit, Chair.
Listen, people are watching, you know, and people are going to think a joke business is, you know. No, people really going to think it's a joke thing that we can be saying in 2026 that institution that spends billions of dollars just putting in filing cabinet.
Wait until then discover scanning machine next year.
And you are storing these in a holding area that flood out 3 times. And nobody is held accountable. And you don't need to be, listen, nobody needs to be a procurement specialist, an accounting professional to know that that is basic. I would like the report on that formally to be brought back to the committee because I can't accept it. I cannot accept that in this day and age, this is where we're at.
I agree with you. I cannot
accept that. And I don't have enough evidence to conclude that this is deliberate, and I won't say it. But it is hard not to come to that conclusion.
It's hard, Julian. It's hard. I agree with you, Julian.
That's files. So you have the Auditor General door.
Go again.
What I was thinking, Chuck, me did I say it looked like they were waiting for this to blow up in a Tufton face during the election season.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking. So they hid the files, them calling the Auditor General and everything, and thought that, oh, this would have came back on Tufton during the election season. Honestly, Chuck, because, what I mean, so you can't find 55 files. How?
And that is why I agree with Julian. When Julian said, all right, say every place flood out, then the damaged files should be there.
And they Anova said the same thing too. So some of them wet up by some of them got wet up by rain as well. Anova, some of it's a regular practice as me said, Chuck. The 18 years created. The 18 years.
The homework.
Good evening, guys. I mean, we just hope that Hanover municipal team cannot account for, I think, a couple billion. Well, they can account for.
Yeah,
and when they were asked by the Auditor General what happened to the file, they said they were eaten by rats.
Ratty them,
they knew they had a rat problem, Chuck, and they put the files down for rat name them.
They said it in Parliament the other day to Winner, and they said that, oh, I think they said Melissa must have wet up some of them or something to Winner. They said it the other day in Parliament.
And nobody was all accountable, Winner?
No, nobody was there.
Seriously?
Yep. Just like what the man said 3 times, you know from the very first onset, okay, so you were ignorant, Chuck, the first time the place was flooded.
Yes.
The second time you put it back there. All right, incompetence.
Incompetence.
But the third time
is deliberate.
Deliberate
at the third time.
To destroy evidence.
Hold on, man. Chuck, play the tape because it's getting bizarre and bizarre because the senior director of procurement, a theme office to file them in our wet up and soak and stuff.
Hold on, don't say anything else. Make we continue to listen.
General door report. You search hard, high and low, up and down, and it's only 50% of the file them you can find. If you tell me so them wet up and have a dry, I thought we were now in the age where we were moving things from physical to electronic records. We scan things, so them dip on a server, etc., etc. I thought that's where we were. That we were not totally dependent on physical files that can get lost or fire or water. Have mercy.
Is that system now in place? Where
What?
it's no serve is not.
Turn on your thing.
I just want to know, since you mentioned flooding, what kind of system do you have now? Is there a management system where this is stored electronically, or is it that we're still using a filing cabinet and not some sort of a data management system.
That is correct.
That is correct?
That is correct. It's
And
still a
this is
manual system.
2026, so this is still a manual
It's
kind
still
of
a
a
manual
thing.
system.
You know, Chair, we talk about productivity and the lack of productivity. And this is exactly one of the reasons why we're not moving this country. Because the lack of will. And the fact that you mentioned persons not being held accountable. If it is that we don't get to a place in Jamaica where we can hire and fire people because of non-accountability, these things will continue where taxpayers' dollars, it's not meant anything. It don't mean nothing. It's taxpayer dollar, so we can just do as we wish. And what I'm hearing today.
Go again.
I said fact. She's speaking 100%.
Is astounding. I am just in total shock for all the things that I'm listening to. And there's actually more here. We haven't started.
We're only halfway through. But Madam Auditor General, when would you be in a position for the 28 that have been provided for you to do your diligence and then provide a report to us?
Mr. Chairman, that will have to be added to the list. I cannot promise that I'll be able to actually do that review for the next 6 months because we're really inundated at this point.
Okay. So let me ask you, Acting CEO, and Ministry of Finance could help me here. I genuinely thought that we, even where there were physical documents, there was a process to, scan, upload, digitize them. Is this the case in the majority of ministries, agencies, and departments that procurement files are all physical, all in some storage cabinet that could get wet or fire could burn down, and we would have no way of doing a proper audit of them? Somebody have released the mic so I can turn. Yes, go ahead.
Right. I know that we still keep physical documents, but again, we're going to emphasize the fact that if you use the GoJEP system, then that data would always be available.
Available electronically.
Electronically. Right. So there are still some physical files, but we are definitely pushing for the use of GoJEP.
Yes, Mr. Hossein.
Yes, Chair. As I've stated, we made it mandatory that as of March 1, all, even those below the 1.5 million, that is optional, all, if this 1 cent, must go on to GoJEP. So
it is a lack of will, right? And I say this clearly, especially for the ministries who we have GoJEP to do this procurement. Why are people still using physical? Why have these files or forms have not become obsolete? It's easy, Does management will enough to say, hey, going forward, these files are obsolete. These files will be taken away, right, and stored in the appropriate archives, and no physical forms will be accepted going forward. So everything is electronically. What is so wrong? Unless the ISO standard that they are using specifically dictates that you have both physical and electronical. If you're not using an ISO standard of operation, then you don't
DR1 Jamaica nil.
But winner, you make me lose my train of thought. I remember that.
We're talking about paper trail, right? ISO standard, and the fact that we have the GoJEP website, we can easily eliminate paper. Easy.
But, I was just going to say to you, winner, that if the man knows him, did I go lose him work, winner? Sure, say his department was in order, but because him knows, say, when the files went up 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, all him come to us in the parliament and say, oh, it happened 3 times, there was a flooding, or when was the flooding, I don't remember. Him not, if him knows him, did I lose him work, winner, you think so that would happen? You think that would happen?
We need to start look back at how contracts are written for government employees, right? We are blatant neglect blatant lack of accountability for the mandate that you're supposed to carry out. And where corruption exists, people should be terminated, man. This man should not have a job.
Immediate effect.
He should not have a job.
Is incompetence mixed with corruption?
Must go on to GoJet. So we do have that information on GoJet. But however,
Jamaica
for the
don't
ones
want to
before,
again.
it would not.
This
they would
time,
not all be on GoJet. And even so, in terms of there will always be some documents that are physical and not every single piece on GoJet. But all relevant and important pieces would be on GoJet.
All right. We have a long meeting. I'm just going to take, I'm going to take 2 minutes for a break because we're coming back. We're done Parliament, so I'm coming back. All right, so if you need to stretch or water or go to the bathroom, 2 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Robbins have a post.
But you know, say me like the chairman, nobody know. The chairman actually I do some chairman.
Yeah, man, I think he control this meeting very well. I want to say, I try to skip up without missing any of the fun.
You know why? The regular gaslighters are not there.
Yes.
To disrupt the meeting. Bunting not there. Data not there. Nikisha not there. Them regular gaslighter there. And even though Brown is trying, and you will see it later and cousins, even though they're trying, they are the information that is forthcoming from the people, them, as much as I wouldn't like what they must say, it is shedding light, and it just saying what they're saying doesn't make sense. The direction that you want to go in, that's not the direction that this conversation is going in. If you understand what I say. They must say minister, they must say no, head of agency. Minister, head of agency. So
this is also good to Lashika in that it highlights the need for the bureaucratic red tape aligned with efficiency, right? And what that RG Marks is mandated to carry out, especially the NARA Act or the NARA policy and the oversight committee that will be sitting above NARA to make sure that these specific guidelines in terms of our procurement process is followed. But it shows that the system flawed.
I was just about to say to you, so Winner, you know what I want? I want when these reports come out and they are ventilated, just like what we're doing now and what they did earlier today in the Parliament, people are held responsible. So this director now figure him yard, the staff them who never adhere by the policy figure them yard. Right? There's no way we can continue to protect people who are inefficient and ineffective, that is causing incompetent.
Clean house, Sheikah. Clean house.
We need
from the head right down.
It doesn't make sense. We're paying the Auditor General's department multi-million dollars to go carry out these audits, and when we don't owe, we're going to have an uproar, as them say, 9 day, 10 day, 20 day, and then people are back on their job collecting their big salary.
The uproar is always pointed in the wrong direction.
Right, and that's why I said, Chuck, when we ventilate these issues, now we bring it out in a parliament and we scatter the peas and the cocoa and the ackee and everything. We see what is going on. We nip it in the bud now, Chuck. We say, all right, the director, you have to go on. Your assistant have to go on. The person you will never follow this have to go on, because, Chuck, there's no way you went into training 2021, a circular came out in 2023, and we're in 2026, Chuck, and you're going to tell me that you were not aware, your staff not aware of this circular? This Chuck, this doesn't work nowhere.
It's a failure of management.
And guess what? And why people have gotten away with these time and time again, because the focus has always been on the policymaker. The focus has always been on the lawmaker. How can we blame the lawmaker for political mileage? And when everybody is looking at a minister and saying, hey, the minister is wrong. Nobody's looking at the person who should be held accountable, the permanent secretaries, the directors, the CEOs. These are all, there are 17 persons within the entire chain that can carry out effective management as well as reprimand people before it reaches to the policymaker. But for years, we have skipped those 17 people and laid the blame squarely at the feet of the Prime Minister. That is why a man like this, who is a director, is able to get away with them nonsense here, Chuck. Because everybody look for Christopher Tufton when he's clearly not the problem.
I sit down and collect him pay, and he's totally unknown to the public. Totally unknown, right? And people there, I say, Christopher Tufton, we call upon Tufton.
I saw Comrade Blair. I saw Comrade Blair earlier, and I invited him, but him not come because Comrade Blair was one of the loud voices calling for Tufton to take action. But I would like to ask him if he had paid attention to the sitting and what is his thinking after watching that sitting. But I don't think he's willing to join me today. But we'll talk to him next time. They are seated back now. Let's continue. So they're not turning back their mic yet. Hold on. You, Comrade Richards, you can come join me if you want to, you know. Comrade Richards, come up, man. Come up, Comrade Richards. Somebody invite Comrade Richards for me, please.
Direct contracting. I personally find this rate.
Comrade Richards, let me mute and I there now. I don't know if you spend time and watch the city.
No, I'll tell you something. Me are the only political blogger on any side can speak with credibility on this. You see me, uncle political blogger, all that I tell people say, listen me. Every time when the PMP are poor, labor at cost, say PMP patch and corrupt. When PMP are poor, we do the same thing. I am always on record, even some of my political friend them say me a labor right. When me say we need to start with the permanent secretaries them accountable that the politicians can't stop right behind them. I always say that. So me are the only me no want
politicians are hide behind them.
But
them hide behind the
of
politicians.
course. Listen me now. No. Let me tell you something. A permanent secretary and not them we elect fit look out for our money. And me not talk politics also. So if a politician knows say, listen me, him not supposed to sign up on the money on the permanent secretary. And the permanent secretary knows that them to sign up on it. And then these things are going from all of the Sanders White House to this White House and that where it comes to know. You know, she say, problem there. And if we did start lack of permanent secretary, no permanent secretary going to make no politician boost them for the corruption. Me I tell you that. And me tell people, as a blogger, as a political blogger, me can't talk credit. What?
That's why your argument is incorrect.
My argument is incorrect.
It's them.
Because all I was going today, listen me, all I was going today, just want to be honest, if it was the PMP in power, today wouldn't that say a different story. We have to hold the politician because them low, them are sick. I mean, what this is sitting today, no? Believe me, no? And I know today that I go on, no? A joke with politician and we don't elect permanent secretary run with thing, you know? We elect politician hold permanent secretary accountable. Wait a petal. The only reason why, La Chica, sorry, La Chica. Yeah, La Chica, man. The only reason why we put permanent secretary sign up on the money, no? Because Jamaica people not trust politicians, you know? And
you hold on. Permanent secretary in place to ensure continuity. Okay.
Yeah, but the point me I make, the point, but them F up the thing. The point me I make. We never elect permanent secretary. We elect politicians to take care of money. But just to Jamaica people, we not trust politicians. We say, all right, make permanent secretary. But we better the politicians that who will blame now? Who will blame? Who will account? Me a permanent secretary can't answer question today.
A politician, a lawmaker in a ministry cannot get with a permanent secretary.
No, but we need to change that.
Me agree with that.
If we elect a politician, them listen. Wait a minute. Listen, man. No, you just some we can't. When our forefathers were framing the Constitution, the foresight that they had was
them people and them be somebody honest.
Allow me.
Yeah.
The foresight and the vision that they have, which I understand, I agree with, is that in order for continuity to take place, in order for the wealth of knowledge that one garners within a post as a permanent secretary to continue, you cannot allow political victimization to take place. And that's why they took it out of the hand of the policy makers and put it into the hand of where the body the name again, Lashika?
PSC.
Hire them.
Yeah, public service
we don't want to change that. We don't want.
No, but listen, listen to me. I say.
Control permanent secretaries.
Listen to me. I say now. How much politician? Wait a man. How much politician on both sides of the fence? Credibility tarnish
because a permanent secretary.
Because a permanent secretary mistake.
Yep.
We said Philip are the biggest thief. We said this is one of the biggest thief. We said that one of the biggest thief. Remember, you know, one list of corruption the PMP, you know, where Labour campaign pan now. Where Labour in the 18 year, you know. Well, we know in a permanent secretary, in the 18 year, we don't blame the permanent secretary. They still have them job today. Them same permanent secretary there. And all the politicians get something there. Get all the politicians, I them attend there, get tarnished. Yes, them a thief and them a and permanent secretary still at work today. And a permanent secretary illegally, I only person can sign up for money. Man. And that's what I tell people saying. Me tell you, say, PMP cost me say me a defend labor right. But from me in a PMP time, me a defend it, and me still a say it on a labor right. If it's a lack of permanent secretary.
You came out now, make we move on.
You somebody say you have a quart.
Me? Me have a what?
Yeah, so that's a pint, a quart.
Me have 500 gallon.
Why you, Richard?
All right, we are go.
Good evening, you, Richard.
We are going to listen to you here.
May I listen to you? I may agree with a lot of what you say.
But I agree. Richard is inconsistent on that. I can't give him that credit.
Run them with the yard and pay them up.
That is true.
And fix the place. Fix the damn place once and for all.
Can we finish playing the tape?
Qualifying this rate alarmingly high for direct contracting based on the.
Hold on. Let's back up a little. I think I missed a little part when they come back.
The quantity, the values associated.
All right, that's still milling around at 9. Let's see what they do at 12. All right, they're back now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All right. I noticed, AG, from your findings that there's a very high, in my estimation, extraordinarily high, 64% of these contracts have been awarded via the direct method, direct contracting. I personally find this rate alarmingly high for direct contracting based on the quantity, the values associated. In terms of your, and this is for the AG and her team, based on your years of doing it,
108 minutes, there are one Jamaica nil.
Audits and review of procurement processes, would you not say that this is, this 64% relative to what you have experienced? Is it relatively high? Is it exceedingly high? Is it normal? Is it moderately high? What would you say?
Somebody has to release, so I can turn that on. Okay.
It's a bit difficult to answer because it really requires comparison with what we have seen elsewhere. it certainly raises a red flag.
That's right.
Yes. And that's going to bring me to another point that I want to make. But we have seen instances like this. There is a report that we discussed here a couple of years ago, I think in relation to KCMC and the roads program. And remember, the concern raises that the majority of the contracts were direct contracting because the emergency justification is generally put forward, which is what UHWI is also doing here. The Ministry of Finance.
So they did advance that it's emergency as the basis for this high rate.
Well, they always advance that.
There's no documentation.
Right. There's always that matter of urgency. It certainly, I think, does not align with best practice, because what it does is to remove competition from the process, and then this whole matter of value for money, is called into question. But my colleague is just drawing my attention to something, and I just want to have a look at it. Okay, fine. Yes. So the same point is being made in the report about value for money. But there's another matter that I really want to tie to this. We discussed it the last time we were here, and that is in relation to the dividing of works into smaller parts, because it's the same thing really, where you divide the works into smaller parts so you can do the direct contracting. It's related. I remember we discussed it because there was a matter in the report for Houses of Parliament, and there was a discussion here about splintering and some probably viewing it as acceptable. I want to use this opportunity just to bring to the attention of all members the Public Procurement Act of 2018, and so that everybody understands why we raise this issue of splintering, or indication rather of splintering. The Public Procurement Act 2018 states the head of procurement entity shall not authorize a less competitive method of procurement than would otherwise have been applicable to a procurement by splintering of a single procurement into separate procurements. So that is, one, artificially reduce the estimated value of the procurement, or two, to apply a procurement method to any splintered part of a procurement which would not have been applicable had it not been for the artificial splintering of the procurement. I wanted to raise that because I think it's important that it's emphasized and it's communicated that splintering is not permissible. But unfortunately, it is practiced. And it is something that we see significantly across ministries, departments, and agencies. And it comes back because the splintering is also to enable direct contracting as well. Unfortunately, what we find is that with the use, or probably not so unfortunate, but more indicative, that the use of direct contracting, we generally see issues with those contracts. In terms of the outcome, because it's not just the procurement process that must be assessed here, but it's the intended outcome for the procurement process. And oftentimes, the outcome is not what it should be, and generally results in either additional resources being pumped in, resulting in the overall increased cost of the project.
Thank you, AG. Just following up, not necessarily to you, but that 64%, 7 out of 10 really, of every contract being awarded via the direct contracting is, as you're saying, is a red flag. And particularly within the context of some of the reports that we have heard. I mean, one of the profound statements, and I wrote it down, that I heard was that the issue of missing documents, as said by the chief internal auditor, is institutionalized and systemic. You know, it's very profound. And I think we're all agreeing that, and the new CEO and his team, there's a lot to be done, but there's a broader overarching set of questions that need to be answered. I want to go further into the same matter, Mr. Chair, where the finding of the AG as well indicated that $431 million of that 521, or 83% of that total sum, were awarded to 8 companies. In the context of, direct contracting, in the context of missing documents, in the context of getting value for money. I don't know if this question is directed at the Director of Procurement, or should I direct it to the CEO? Can you possibly give me a breakdown of the those 8? Because those are, big companies. No, 8 companies, 431.
431 divided.
How it is divided among the 8? Among the 8, one, and name the 8. So we can, because I can ask the AG that, but you have that information. And secondly, name the 8, how that 431 is divided in terms of value. Among those 8, were those 8 beneficiaries of direct awarding in terms of the contract? So I don't know if it's you, Sir CEO or Director of Procurement, may have that. Now those are big money, and of the 521 here is 431, 83% is those 8.
Mocha, I'm not sure if it's Mocha.
Thank you, member. The details.
I'm not sure if it's Mocha, but I think the police are investigating. I think FI, but there are investigation going on. I'm not sure which agency is doing it.
Just a minute. They are deliberately setting procurement figures just below what is required to go into competitive bidding. There's clear evidence of splintering contracts, right? And there's also clear evidence of disregarding problems, allowing the problems to reach critical mass. Then you call it an emergency procurement process.
But what I would like to know,
hold on, Richard, because when the thing reach critical mass now, that goes to justification, because it is saying, hey, this thing needs to be addressed now, and the only way we can fix it is that.
I said it. The Auditor General said it. Winner.
How did you allow it to become critical mass?
But winner, who supposed to fix it, winner? We could just for once, we could just speak like Jamaican.
That is why you have a board.
The government, brother.
No
government without not JLP or PMP. Listen, brother.
No,
brother.
No.
The government.
Hold on, guys. What Hugh Richard is saying is that these loopholes were fine.
No.
Of course, the government can fix it.
Please,
we not talk about PMP or JLP. The government with a big G.
Let me talk now, sir. Let me talk now. If we are talking about our policy or our policy makers, if they already saying that splintering, who give me countdown? Who so bright?
Me bright like that.
If the policy makers say that splintering is not permissible, then we cannot come and say, hey, they are to fix it because it is wrong, it is illegal. Remember that them already Hugh set a standard. So what needs to happen now is that the board need to act and fire the people them and refer them to investigation, and that so that they be charged.
Who appoint the board? The board is appointed by the government, and the government.
That's not. You're missing the point.
Lashika.
You're missing the point.
Wait, not Lashika. Let me say something. Wait, not Lashika. Let's say something, please.
No. You're missing the point, because this is a new board. This is a new board. Their first meeting was in October last year. So you can say that, and when you go down further into listening this, you will hear when the acting chairman say that this is before the police. So you cannot say the government will do this and government will do that. The government already
who
do
elect
their part.
for run money, Lashika? Who elect for responsible money, Lashika?
We can't bother with the basic reasoning.
The time soon come, your judge. Hold on. You see the
what Shika is saying is that these things are already illegal. It's not something that is in these people are going outside of the law.
Yeah, and we need to lock them up. That's what the government, listen, the policy makers need to change policy and put things in place. That means them people here, we can't go in a part, we can't go do, feel like they can't go splinter something. A policy maker need to put that parliament in a law and lock them up and then go to prison.
Richard, a policy already exists in law that states you cannot splinter a procurement or a job in order to facilitate direct contract awarding. The policy makers already put that on book. It is the board's responsibility to highlight as well as the other general that goes in and look at it. Hey, these things are going in place, and then the lawmakers, not the lawmakers, the relevant authority, the MOCA, the FID, right, the Integrity Commission, to go in now and do the forensic investigation, bring forward these things, and people are charged according to law. The policymakers already do what they need to do already.
Can I say something, please? I beg you to come and say something. Maybe that's one thing. You see, a board, the chairman of board is elected by the government in thing. The only reason why we have political appointees is for these people to oversee the government and protect the government. We are policy because we were elected. So when we elect them care people and say, listen, man, winner. They say, winner, no. You chair the board, winner, and you all oversee what me want.
Comrade Richards.
Yes.
For hours, one day, Chuck and Lashika sit down on this program from about 10 o'clock till about 7 o'clock at night. You have misplaced anger. You are trying to tie the government to the job that the government already did.
Don't put the PMP on the jail place that. I said the government. I want big G, spell it with no. I don't spell P in our J. One big G.
I never tell about, I said the same word you said, government.
Yes, government.
The government already make the law.
Yeah, but if nobody can break it.
Give me a second. You want to tie them to the breaking of the law.
Yes, honestly, if I even PMP in a point, I do the same thing too.
No,
because they will see them
nobody's
lack of people,
argument.
Make people go to prison.
Nobody's PNP argument with you.
You, Richards, I want to use a very
You have misplaced anger. You are misplacing blame.
I want to use
and Chuck, me can't do the basic school reasoning today. One day me see and Lashika there. Lashika there whole day upon this. Because they're trying their very best.
Basic school coming out now. If we let a government run a country, the government
one at a time. I could do it one at a time.
Listen. Policymakers go out there and tell Jamaicans, they create the law, you're not supposed to speed within an 80 kilometers. You know, we will be on 50 in a 50 kilometers zone, right? The regular Jamaican go out there and go 80. You cannot hold the policymakers at ransom to say the policymakers are wrong. The law already exists. Who should prosecute? That is why you have the police to give the ticket. And if we, the people, refuse to pay, the court of law is there to administer at the back end. We are saying that the law already exists, that you cannot splinter procurement policy. Your procurement policy, with procurement guidelines, you are not allowed to splinter contracts in order to give direct things. It is evident that that was done in this case. What is there to remedy the situation?
All right, so you're saying now. All right. Politician will always take a blame.
And that is why you're not. And that's how we say.
When we're not done, Richard, you can't respond.
Right. Policymakers put laws in place to say, hey, no splintering, right? Splintering was done and exposed by the Auditor General, so the Constitution as well as policymakers took care of that, right? It is brought forward to the public as it should. Then what happened at the back end? FID, MOCA, and Integrity Commission as well as other law enforcement agencies are brought in to do the forensic audit to find culpable criminal actions. And what we do when that happen? We prosecute them. How the hell are we blaming lawmakers now?
All right. So can I respond now? Can I respond now? All right. Me there one quote to say something about the head will wear the crown. No. A politician, if a man go breed up, sorry, if a man have 10 picnic in can't mind them, I wouldn't say I make a picnic myself. A man are a politician, the government. Good. So listen what me I go say no. Listen me I say. I mean, me take time talk, because she said, ladies are disrespect me, say basic school reason.
No.
She said, wait, no, wait, no, man, me talk not that she can defend myself. She believe me, come on, I defend policymakers, me. You, Richard, policymakers, because me a politician. PMP or JLP, me defend them. Listen me. I have politicians.
We're going to get back to it after this.
We sacrificed their life. In our parliament, me hear people disrespect them because today, I know you think, how you explain a while ago, people are going to say? What you explain a while ago, say, Ray, every single Jamaican, when I talk politics like me and you, we are different people at JLP, I go say the government are thief. Me no don't want to talk, so I don't want to pretty it up. I'm saying to you, the government, let me take up government, the politicians that we are getting blamed, need to put in some strict things, go in our parliament and say, listen me. It is these people, we appoint them because we can't do it if you oversee the measure. All of these things figure. Yeah? We are going to go change the law. You see, anybody splinter something, government can call the parliament tomorrow morning and change the law tomorrow morning, you know?
It's already there. You come like
we in our teeth, put teeth on it. We are going to put teeth on the people for that.
And that's a lot.
Let me have an input here.
No, let me just say this last thing. Oh, listen.
That is not the case, Comrade Richard.
What is the case now? What is the case now?
All of what you say, respectfully, are bullshit.
And who will get the blame now? No politician get the blame right now.
Allow me to speak, please. I'm reclaiming my time. I had about 2 minutes remaining. Please. So what happened was we explained, I said it earlier, right? That we as the respectable, knowledgeable citizens, right, have to come on these platforms, these forums, and have the conversation. And the conversation is after we get the reports from the Auditor General, Hugh Richards, we come here and we flesh it out and say, all right, the director must go, the assistant director must go, right? The head of not the head, but the procurement officer must go. We have to have the conversations and we have to teach people so that they can understand what we're saying. As I said before, all of what you want to happen is already there, but it is the Audit Hugh Richards that is revealing that they are now breaking the law to us. So what should happen now?
After PMP and it's still a change.
After MOCA and JCF complete their investigation, we are now supposed to see some form of actions. The director must go on yard.
18 and the PMP with us not change that now. Eh?
Mr. Right, then I'll listen.
Just allow her to finish.
I'm just
allow her to finish.
We're getting back to the recording now.
Please, thank you.
We're getting back to the recording now.
Thank you, member. The details, I would have to put that together and submit to this committee at another time, but we do have the information.
All right. Yes,
not with me now, but we can provide you with the details of it.
I wanted to just probe a little more. I know you may not have this specific data in front of you, but are these the 8? Are these maintenance providers, meaning they deal with AC, elevator, things that may break down in a hospital that require immediate action? Are you in a position to say?
It says services, work, goods. So it may span.
Not all, and in fact, some were consulting services.
There you go. There you go. I did not get the name of the 2 consultants with the 186,000.
For the
post. Yeah. What are those?
The one that was recently provided, it was William Pragmatic Limited. They are from a firm of consultants, I believe, from Canada.
From Canada.
And what about the other one, the strategic plan?
The one that wasn't accepted.
No, that's the one. The first one that provided a draft strategic plan that was rejected by the board. That one is strategic alignment. So they provided a report, but the board did not accept that strategic plan.
That's a Canadian company as well, strategic alignment. Is that a Canadian company as well?
No, I'm not sure of that. I think they are local, but I'm not sure. I can confirm. But what I do have is the second one, William Pragmatic. They're out of Canada. They provided a draft report, interim report, and there are several things that they require to complete, they say, their work.
All right. So you will provide the 8 that 431.
A breakdown of the 431.
The name of the 8, the values beside it, whether they were beneficiaries, the method of awarding for each, as well as the particular service or work or good
that they provided.
Yes, I have a team recording that. So if you don't see me writing, the team.
We will follow up because that's one of our follow-ups that we would need. Yeah.
Okay.
So the other final thing on this, there was a value of $681 million for consultants as well. Consultants. For hiring consultants and other related types of services associated with consultants. I take it probably would not have those names can share or a breakdown of that, because these are in the context of 64% direct awarding, in the context of missing documents, in the context of flagrant procurement breaches. It would be good because, the country, with this issue, the country has been hearing, references to only one named entity and a lot of the stuff. So we want to, I know the AG department can tell us the names of all of these things, and we are going to another issue where we need to get all the names. So all the names are out there. So again, 681 million for consultants, and procurement around that, based on the statement coming out of the findings of the AG. We would be very, certainly myself would be very happy to get those.
The committee is requesting that from the university hospital.
Did he say over $500 million for those consultancy?
Consultancy alone.
If you just ask somebody for advice?
But Mrs. Alang, tender to go on.
$750 million and nearly 700,000 or so. And these are issued in direct contracts. But Richards, the point that we are make where you're not understanding, and I believe that you and all of us here agree on the destination and the route we have a problem with. So we believe, and I believe, that all the things that you say should be there are in place. What we have now is an audit that exposed the breaches. And now it is up to the police to take actions. Okay? So what Sheikah said is that what we have to do now, Richards, is when we gather in these forums, we discuss the things on a national issue rather than every time you turn on, one PMP platform, you hear say, boy, tough time a four, tough time figure. When that is not the issue.
Chuck, me go for a call, Chuck. Me go for a call.
Sorry, never that's it.
But Chuck, you see what I mean, Chuck? Me there are some other person right now, defend politician. Me not defend PMP or JLP. I defend a name, a politician. And them me I defend. Me not defend PMP or JLP. So me know nobody go say me I blame government. Me I defend politician. Because today, every non-political people in Jamaica, PMP are blame the government and non-political blame the government. Only Liberty defend the government. I'm saying to you, and this I got to do when PMP not pour same thing, when Liberty pour same thing. You get to me? I say the buck stop with the government because whenever I elect permanent secretary for run country.
It doesn't.
Good evening, Mr. Richard. You said early on that you are a politician, and sir, with all due respect,
I am. That's why I defend politician.
You are a politician, sir.
Yeah.
First and foremost, you must understand and respect the law that govern.
But and a politician the law.
The Westminster system, sir.
Who make the law?
Try to balance the power. They don't want to put too much power in the hands of the elected politician. That's why we have permanent.
Me not say so, brother. Me say president need to put on them foot now and start come out serious swinging because for years all of the politicians.
Right. Richards.
Yes, sir.
Here's the difference now, Richards. Here's the difference now. You realize that is the permanent secretary sitting at this meeting and not the minister?
Right.
You realize that, and that is a change.
Always.
Exactly.
Always.
No,
man.
normally is the minister go there. No,
minister.
Richards. No, normally is the minister there summon at these meetings.
No,
and then get the headline minister. Yes.
No, parliament summon ministers. Minister that go upon committee. Minister not appeared committee. Me bet you any money and win you. The parliament, minister go in a parliament and the parliament you question ministers. Are the civil servants and the technocrats them coming there, so. You know, come talk, got them to spend the money. So the PAAC and the PAC, them are the accounting body. So you don't have to tell where your money spent. That seems to tell us that a politician spend money, a technocrat spend money.
Chuck, let us get a little bit technical here. And maybe political too. What you, Richards, is requesting or lobbying for now, you know what he's lobbying for? A change in the constitution of Jamaica. And what's causing us to not have a change in the constitution?
I am saying politicians need to set. Listen, if the policymaker say, "Uno broke up sitting."
Jefferson, Golden.
Good one, Richard. But good one, sis.
All right, you see, Richard, hold on,
man.
You see, no politics.
You made a point a while ago, and I need to say what I'm saying. We're having a conversation. So hold on. But Hugh Richards.
Yeah, Miss Courtney, I did not say anything about changing constitution.
Hugh Richards, hold on.
No, you never say it, but that's what you're implying.
No, politicians need to put on their foot and set the laws.
Hold on, Hugh Richards, hold on, man. That's why next girl have a conky a while ago, you know. If you want us to start acting, and this is also comes down to the point where we have to fire some of the permanent secretary them, right? Right, Hugh Richards? Yes, the politicians will act. What is preventing the politicians from acting in this regard? What's tying their hands? When we spoke about our 4 parents a while ago, who were we referring to, or what document would that have brought us to? Tell me.
Can I respond? Please.
I'm going to close my mic.
The law out there say, you know if you broke up contract. And when you broke up your contract, isn't that a breach of the law?
Sir.
Yes.
Argument done. Well, I guess my answer on the question.
But Mr. Richard, you must also remember.
Separation of
Mr. Richard, you must also remember.
One at a time, please.
The lawmaker is not the one who police the law, because you have a chain of command coming down the line. So when the legislature make the law in the parliament, they expect that the relevant authority will carry out the law.
And you insist that they carry the law. And say, listen, you see, based on my name, I go down a gully, and I'm me when I say thief money. Uno better do no due diligence, or uno better do an investigation and lock up, get lock up.
That's why.
Then you will hear, Mr. Hurricane, Lashika, then you will hear how parliamentarians are inveigling
yes, in the law.
Government agencies to
politician a dictator.
Hold on, Mr. Dawkins, let me make this clear. You will hear that parliamentarians or lawmakers
Interference.
are inveigling government agencies or law agencies of government to prosecute or hound permanent secretaries or other government employees. You can imagine. Imagine this scandal that would take place.
No,
here.
I can't answer one question.
Hold on. You can imagine the scandal that would take place if Dr. Christopher Tufton should go down by MOCA or FID and instruct them. Hey, you will need to investigate and make sure you take care of the permanent secretary.
That's
you can imagine the scandal.
So can I say something? All right, let me ask you one question. Just one question more. How long do we hear this? Wait a man. This we have to know. How long do we hear this? How long we hear about this? Is this the first? Is this the first? What we are here now?
Lashika.
What we are here in PAC? Is this the first department?
All right, Mr. Hugh Richards, it is not the first.
I think we're going off topic a little bit.
Yeah, we are going off topic. We are going off topic.
We need to finish.
This is not the first. But for a couple of months now, Jack Den names have been called in fingering in the public purse.
And to the 3 more cards, you don't want to know who are principal in the next 3. 3 more cards today. You don't want to know the principals.
I want you to use this forum now.
You say if you don't want to know the principal of the other 3 companies.
See the principal of Jack Den.
Yes.
Held accountable.
Dennis Garden is the principal of Jack them. But they also name 3 more companies will benefit more than Jack them.
You're not hear me, man. You're not hear me. We want you to make an appeal now.
Listen to me. Let me make this appeal. Yeah, me make this appeal.
Where we hold, we want
yeah, me make the appeal. The appeal. Me make the appeal now. All right. Today, they mention 3 more companies Jack them. Good? So me want to know the principle of the other 3, like I'm says a PMP won't jack them. And the same permanent secretary said at the UE get the blame, not jack them, because UE buys.
Just get back.
We have 3 more companies will buy things.
No, but you're not
saying. We're going off track. Let us get
Let us get back to recording.
Requesting that from the University Hospital that they provide a breakdown of the 681 million who it was provided to for what services and the amount for each. Same thing with the 8 companies that got the 431 million, what services are provided and how much for each as well.
I will do my best to provide you with the detail. As you will appreciate, some of these things are under investigation by the police and by customs, and so we'd want them to complete that to confirm certain things before we go on.
I know, but all we are asking for is we accept there may be other entities doing work, but in cases where public funds are spent, the public has a right to know how those monies were spent. And that's all. That's all we are asking. Yeah, we are requesting that. Yeah. All right, I see member Miller, member Cuthbertson, and member Cousins. Oh, member Morrison. All right, member Miller, then member Morrison.
It is to the PS. The procurement committee, would you agree with me that the procurement department or committee operates in a very laissez-faire way? And the head of procurement has been there for, 10 years? But yet still we're seeing so many breaches, not using the GoJet, files are not being stored. Doesn't that concern you that procedures are not being followed the way they operate, doesn't that concern you?
Yes, it does concern me.
What has been done, having taken up the portfolio, what has been done to correct that? Because we hear that it is systematic. The head of procurement has been there 10 years. He mentioned that he was removed and brought back. Is it that he was doing such a great job while he was removed? Or why is it that he was brought back for a particular reason?
I could not answer that question. I'm not involved in the day-to-day operations of the University Hospital of the West Indies. And they report to a board. The CEO reports to a board. So that those questions are best directed that way. But to answer your question, I'm not satisfied.
Well, probably the CEO is better
directed to me, so maybe the CEO can
able to assist me.
Mr. Buckridge was reassigned in 2025, early 2025. He was returned to his position in February of 2026. You're asking why he was reassigned. I think they were hoping for him to be a part of a team to deal with digitization of records and so on. He was brought back in 2024 as the reassignment did not follow the correct HR procedure, and therefore we had to correct that because of that problem. It is on his return that we were able to find the 2829 files, having him to lead the search and to get that. So the Catherine Phipps committee engaged by the board is looking at all employees to determine where they are to be held accountable and what is recommendation. The committee is made up of lawyers, HR practitioners of very senior levels, and they are doing that. They are expected to provide the board with a report by June of this year. So in another 2 months, we are expecting the report, 2 months plus. We are expecting that report, and from there, if depending on what they say, we will take the necessary actions along with the police who are doing their investigation, and they are doing asked for statements, and they are planning to do interviews just yesterday.
I do hope that somebody is held accountable for this, because those gaps that we're seeing, it doesn't sit well with me, nor the public, who an entity such as UHWI should be operating at a particular standard. So I do hope that report doesn't go missing like all the other documents.
I can assure you, I'm a part of the board, and I can assure you that we are taking the engagement of a very well-known and very capable person as Catherine Phipps, and the members of that committee is an indication of the seriousness with which the board is taking this matter. But we want to follow the correct HR due process to ensure that we are doing it correctly and not get ourselves into any trouble at any other levels.
This question is for Mr. Buckridge. My apologies. Prior to your removal, were the documents kept in the same place when you returned? All your documents were they stored at the same location?
Really,
Go again, Chica.
We're not hearing.
Not hearing? What the hell?
Into a storage room that has shelves on them. So we have always been using filing cabinets. And then, so the most recent files are kept in filing cabinets. So based on my return now, when the process was not being kept.
So between when you left in 2023, You left in 2025?
Yes, early 2025, and returned in February 2026.
You returned 2026. So within that 1 year period.
Chuck in and play good enough, Chuck.
It can break up again. Hold on, let me back it up a little.
Thank you, Chair.
The country has been hearing, references to only one named entity in a lot of the stuff. So we want to, I know the AG is a part.
Years. But yet still we're seeing so many breaches, not using the GoJet, files are not being stored. Doesn't that concern you that procedures are not being followed, the way they operate? Doesn't that concern you?
Yes, it does concern me.
What has been done, having taken up the portfolio, what has been done to correct that? Because we hear that it is systematic.
Go about a minute.
The head of procurement has been...
Minute more or 2 minutes more. Can we hear this already?
There 10 years. He mentioned that he was removed and brought back. Is it that he was doing such a great job while he was removed, or why is it that he was brought back for a particular reason?
I could not answer that question. I'm not involved in the day-to-day operations of University Hospital of the West Indies, and they report to a board. The CEO reports to a board, so that those questions are best directed that way. But to answer your question, I'm not satisfied.
Well, probably the CEO is better
directed to me, so maybe the CEO can
able to assist me.
Mr. Buckridge was reassigned in 2025, early 2025. He was returned to his position in February of 2026. You're asking why he was reassigned. I think they were hoping for him to be a part of a team to deal with digitization of records and so on. He was brought back in 2024 as the reassignment did not follow the correct HR procedure, and therefore we had to correct that because of that problem. It is on his return that we were able to find the 29 files in to lead the search and to get that. So the committee engaged by the board is looking at all the employees.
Not hearing.
Sometimes like the internet wobbles. So when it goes down, I don't think there's much I can do to prevent it, you know.
Made up of lawyers, HR practitioners of very senior levels, and they are doing that. They are expected to provide the board with a report by June of this year. So in another 2 months, we are expecting the report. 2 months plus. We're expecting that report, and from there, if depending on what they say, we will take the necessary actions along with the police who are doing their investigation, and they are doing statements, and they are planning to do interviews. We were told yesterday.
I do hope that somebody is held accountable for this, because those things that we're seeing,
Stop, we're not hearing it. Stop.
It's normal. The internet just opened up.
It's
Pause. For the people who are in the chat, just a little intermission that was telling the comrade girl, pretty girl Shan, she's in the wrong place. Pretty girl Shan is my daughter, and me and Lashika was messing with her, tell her PMP woman, why you here? She's my daughter and she's no PMP. Thank you.
Shan was here. I didn't see this here. Right.
But you know, say Shan I want to go comrade and they quiet. But Shan, you know you're comrade.
Comrade, you Blair. I wanted you to join me earlier, you know, comrade Blair.
The place in it with. Is him?
But guys, sometimes the internet strengths. Probably, I'm actually sitting right beside the modem. I'm sitting right beside the modem. So sometimes the internet just fluctuates and it probably not clear. Even while I'm sitting here, sometime I will get a notification that I have unstable internet, and I'm sitting right next to the modem. The modem is right here.
Oh, you have Flow or Digicel?
A PNP Wi-Fi different. PNP Wi-Fi. Come over your neighbor PNP Wi-Fi, man.
But I just say it operate sometimes. So sometimes it go interfere with it. So you know. But as me say, it's a good we're actually getting a chance to dissect this meeting and by dissecting the report and getting some information out. And Hugh Richards as the sole comrade, as the sole Jamaican and the panel. I say, you see, sometimes if we gear the discussions towards policy rather than politics, we will get a far way in enlightening people.
Your Wi-Fi get wet up too.
You know, Chuck, I want to throw out a question to the panel. Where do we go from here?
All right, let me be the first to answer that one, and then we can go in order from Angel to Sheikah to Winner and across. So let me be the where do we go from here? I think the first thing we have to do is allow the investigations to take its course.
Yes.
Right? That is the first step we do. And then persons need to be held accountable. And then where loopholes are exposed, we put policies and laws in place to plug them.
Yes, agree. Totally agree.
I agree. I second what Chuck have to say, but I also want to add that this is 2026. This is not just the it is not just the UII, but all government systems should be digital. Almost everything in Jamaica should be digital. Where if I go to UWI, the doctor at Public can see what I have done at UWI. Yes. If I go to Savlamar, the doctor at Savlamar can see what I have done. Not just that, like you said, even right now, guys, I have my iPhone. I have a scanner on my iPhone where I can turn on my iPhone, Winston, and scan a document and upload it and save it.
Yes.
Right? I'm saying, I don't see how these people are saying they have nothing digital, because every single one of those documents could have been digital. I believe that these people should be held accountable from the director to the manager, because direct managers don't work on their own. They work from up top from the director. Every single person should be held accountable. And we need to change this. We have to change this. We have to change this the whole way. We have to. For us to move forward, I cannot move back to Jamaica in a 19th century from where I'm living now in the US, especially me as a first responder. I cannot move back to a 19th century from where I am today, what I've seen, how much I've exposed, and move back to that type of system. I would be feeling like I'm going backwards.
Totally agree with you, Angel, because I believe that me living in Jamaica.
I will not reach out to you to answer your question, sir.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Chuck. Sorry about that.
Chuck, you hear me say from today already, you know, everybody with them grandma and them woman must go to them yard. A stopper must put out at airport until the investigation is complete, and lock up who forget lock up, and charge who forget charge, as in they need to pay back the money to the taxpayers. And I decide different.
No, I think he mean also policy wise to ensure that them not happen again.
The policy already did, Chuck. What more can we do? It's already there. That's the same thing I just told Hugh Richards. Everything is already in the system. What they have done is they have circumvented the system. So because of that stance that they took, that decision that they made, everybody should go at them yard. There's nothing else we can do, because the AG say splintering is not a thing. The government of Jamaica say you need to upload contracts on the GOJ website that is 1.5 million and over. You're not supposed to give another company your tax ID so them can be tax exempt. So all of that is already in the law. So what we need to do, Chuck, we need to make Huey the first example by firing everybody
agree.
in-house because we already have enough evidence, or put them on a no-pay leave until we complete the investigation. But this cannot continue. This can't continue. There's no way, Chuck. I can send out a circular from 2020. You got trained in 2021. Circular come out 2023 and 2026. Chuck.
And your excuses, they don't know.
You're going to you don't know, and the next thing is you cannot find files valuing over how much million, maybe even billions of dollars, because they say this is just
$1 billion worth of files missing.
They said this is just a small audit, so they don't know. Chuck, everybody for go at them yard. The laws are already there. That's why the Auditor General can go in and flag these things, because the laws are there. If no law never did, they say, you know, if you put your foot in the dirty water, the Auditor General couldn't go in there and say, Chuck, put your foot in the dirty water, because that is not her concern. So everything was already in place. Everybody for just got in yard. That is it. Just
So
like how
more
them fire the
stricter
entire board.
enforcement.
Yeah, just like how them
Stricter
fire the entire
enforcement.
board, Chuck, just like how them fire the entire board, I believe them need to fire the entire department or agency.
The management team. Winner?
Yeah, tomorrow is April 1st, 2026. Mark Bowling statutory declaration for 2024 cannot be certified. Just want to put that out there for persons who are interested. Now, you know, it is clear that breaches occurred despite law and policy, right? And people need to be held accountable. People need to be fired. People need to go to jail. Enough is enough, right? And it is just blatant corruption in the eyes of taxpayers' money being pilfered by these people. Secondly, I want the elimination of paper, and that it is mandatory in policy and law that the Go Jamaica website is used for whether it be direct contract awarding or tender process contract, as well as incorporate AI, because we're in that now, AI to help to spot red flags in terms of where splintering of particular contracts is happening or have occurred. So we're using AI.
Winner, can you give me a second? Let me answer one question in the chat here.
Sure.
This person asks, is anyone involved related to or have any kind of friendly involvement? I don't think anyone is related or have friends with anyone. It is just it's a system of corruption.
No.
And if you were listening from the beginning, the director
Chuck, you don't know.
No, that's what I said. I don't know.
We don't know. We don't know.
That's what I said.
No, you said you don't think so. That you say. You know.
Oh, sorry. I don't. Sorry, my apologies. I don't know. But the thing is, as the director of procurement said, he started a policy. He went to a training, and when he came back, he said, "We're going to start ours at $10 million." While the law says anything above $1.5 million, which is 10,000 US, should be uploaded. So it's a culture of wrongdoing that was allowed to manifest over many years, and now it gets where it is today. I'm sorry, continue, Winner.
And the policies are exactly so in order to protect taxpayers from this level of negligence as well as blatant corruption and pilfering.
Take a one night.
The law says 1.5, and you can go and create your own. You can go and create your own argument to establish a policy for $10 million. It shows that you do not respect law, you do not respect policy, or you do not respect the institutions of Jamaica that governs and protect taxpayers from this level of corruption. And people need to be, this cannot be one that is just shoved under the brush like others and people remain in them job truck. This is something that both PNP, JLP, and No P should be pushing. That listen, we will never forget, no matter how long these investigations go on, no matter how long they try to flood documents, destroy documents, we will not allow this to go unchallenged by taxpayers, because this is criminality. This is criminality. This doesn't
criminality. I totally agree. Connecting.
I just want to say, hi, Uncle Robbie, good to see you. Also, Tahira, so proud of you, my girl. Congratulations. Tahira is now fully wearing her white uniform, as the lady said. The whole of the pit them uniform bun up. Tahira is in her white uniform.
Ready, MD?
Congratulations.
Or should I say, what they call it, MN?
Big up our own nurse. Big up our own nurse. Nobody can tell we nothing. We have we own a nurse. Big up you, girl. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Connecting to that. Your answer to that question.
Listen, good evening, everybody. Evening. Those who just joined and those who were here before.
Yes, Mr. Man.
We're trying to make this thing look too complicated. What we need are some more filing cabinets.
Filing cabinet.
No man, I mean I have never heard anything like this. No, in 2026. You see, when the whole world, probably including Haiti, is becoming into a digital introducing digital systems and data and trying to get the things stored virtually. The man is saying he spend money by filing cabinet in 2026. I mean, I was, that's why I joined the live, you know. That me here. Me say, what do man?
That's what him said.
Yeah. But look here, man. And most of what I would have been thinking about, as already been said, so we won't belabor the point. But I really and truly think that the roles of the permanent secretaries should be redefined. And the tenure, everything about the permanent secretaries, to me, you can't have permanent secretaries that underperform. You can't fire them. You cannot have that. That is untenable. You can't. That can't.
You can only move them around.
No, you can only shift them around. What goes, brother? What can go so? So my thing is that you remember this Secretary of the House of Parliament who embarrassed the Speaker. And the verge of her retirement.
Yeah.
You know, she's still working in the public service.
Really, that should retire and go home.
No.
No, sir, she still did.
He was immediately rehired when he was circling one of the service commission. Apparently, they find some whole law and some whole document where they could take her on after retirement. And she has been re-employed around the so something wrong with these things. After she exposed for her orange underclothes down in Parliament, the comrade they're going to side find a way for re-employ her.
And connecting, if you listen to what the director of procurement said, you know why he came back to the unit. Wanna hear why he come back? There was some errors with him transfer
with HR,
even though he's a underperformer. So these people get the opportunity to move around after them go on one agency and F it up. They move on to the next one, figure F it up again and collect big salaries because he's a senior. We don't want to miss the senior director, senior director of procurement. Yeah, sorry to cut in, Paya. Sorry.
Yes, this due process argument cannot be just in a vacuum. This due process, sometimes we just need to fire them and pay them off, It costs the country less. It costs the country far less. And this is something that I've been saying for a long time. Fortunately though, what is encouraging is that apparently the leadership of the government understands what is going on. And that is why the Prime Minister has appointed Ambassador Audrey Marks to that ministry to streamline things and to make it better and more efficient and so. But I'm in agreement with the suggestion that we need to look at reforming the laws. We need to look at some of these laws. You can't have a perm sec under performing that do virtually not try to topple the government. You can't do nothing about that. No, something wrong with that. I couldn't be a politician, because I walk when about 10 hacks. You understand? Hacks me and hacks them.
As in, fear the trap, you have
Yeah,
them
man,
down.
go on a court and go get back your money or something. But me done with you. Me not with you. Me just couldn't be a politician. Me kind of too serious. Because if you are sabotage me not use you. Come do your work. I take a pay for. Otherwise, go.
Thank
By
you,
the way,
connecting.
watch it, Scotty. Watch it,
sorry, go ahead.
You remember Lisa and fired one permanent secretary? What name again?
Oh, yes.
You remember?
Yes, I think I remember that.
Yes. You remember the allegations?
Mm-hmm.
I think I was going in the office with some little youth.
Yes, I remember that.
Afterwards. And she run him out and get back in work within months. And get her back all and pay. She use the hacks you might use. but you know, we really need to do something about these things. We cannot continue and we blame Tufton, we blame politicians, we blame, and them don't know nothing until they hear it on the news.
Because connecting, those are the easiest person to blame, and over the years that's where we have been going wrong.
Easy picking.
Whenever something go wrong, them fire one politician and one politician resign, and all the problem solved.
When we were problem, I perm check.
Problem solved.
Are the technocrats?
Right, but as I say, we have to look at it.
We cannot continue this way. Let me tell you that. There's something has to be done about this thing.
All right, thank you,
respect.
That's one data. Your answer to Winston question.
Yeah.
Where do we go?
No, man, to Comrade Hugh Richards. You see, there is a quote that says nothing changes if nothing changes, you know. And we have been at this and pointing out the flaws for quite some time. And to be fair, the government that I support has not really stepped up to fixing the problem, except for pointing it that the PMP did do it and it used to happen 20 years ago. There has not been much resolution, sadly. As Lashika and Connecting said, the solution is really and truly firing the public servant, which is a hassle and has always been a thorn in government side. Because it's not easy to fire public servants in Jamaica. It is not easy. And with all the union heads and all the rights and due process, and it takes years. But there is precedence, and as Connecting say, if it means that we have to go pay them, because I keep going back to the Bank of Jamaica. When Mr. Lati Budir go on up there, go on like a piggy bank him around up there, and they had to get rid of him with all of the red tape and with all of the due process and with all of everything that he brought to book. When the government said, listen, you got to go. You got to go. So if it means that we have to pay you for the rest of your life, or pay you for the contract where you sign, or do whatever, somebody needs to pull up the system by the bootstraps and make people understand that this is not a party shop. Nothing changes until something change.
100% with you, Nax.
But Nax, can I add to Nax real quick, Chuck? If the public sector is found to be grossly derelict in carrying out their functions, that should be a great precedent, Nax daughter, for them to be fired, right?
Yes, Shika. And in a functioning democracy, that would have been enough.
Enough, right?
But in Jamaica, where the political directorate uses every single thing as a football.
Because we have a PNP lawyer,
the
them come at me carry a court.
Yeah, the PNP lawyer, them are going to jump on you, Hugh Richards, them are going to tell you, say, you know, like poor people because you fire the poor man. You fire the poor man, notwithstanding, so the poor man did a thief of the whole of the money.
So let me just say this and then you Richard's time. Lord Jesus, don't put time upon you Richards.
I don't wait patiently, though.
And Chuck, me don't know if Mr. Vassal want come up because Mr. Vassal would have been the authority and them.
I don't know if it's that the Vassal day.
It is.
I don't know if I him. I him?
Yeah.
All right. So Knox, hear me say now. This is why the KPIs Knox would have been very important. But guess what happened to the KPI now? A friend and company business.
Yes.
So all when yes, HR, so we go the year too. So all when Knox when they now do nothing, guess what? The KPI say, hey, 100%, show up early, effective, efficient. Right?
Shika, I remember, Shika, give me a second. Let me give you a personal experience on that. I remember when we just started appraisal performance at Lena, and I am tooting my own on here. I was a brilliant worker. I was there on time. I was excellent at my position, and I did everything I was supposed to do. And I remember my first appraisal, I was given 64%. I signed off. It was new. I signed off without any problem. Second appraisal, 60%. I signed off, no problem. Third appraisal, 65%. And I talked to the super. This time I bring up the super. I said, no, I will not sign this one. I am protesting. He said, why? I said, because I do better work than 65%. And you know what the guy said to me? He never said you don't deserve more, you know. He said, how you want more than another guy that was there? I won't call him name. How you want more than that man? So I said, no, I don't want more than him. I want my marks. So he went back. He did. Now, bear in mind now, the guy that he was using as a benchmark was a guy that was slacking off on the job. So guess what? He, in order to give me a better mark, because he think I didn't deserve more than that guy, ended up to raise the other guy mark. So he gave the other guy 98 and gave me 95. When it went into the manager now, the manager said, no, you can't give this man 98 when you come complain about him every day. How it end up at 98 when you complain about him every day? And that is the problem we have with these people, Shika. That is problem we have with the KPIs. And them
friend business. Friend business. So me not in a chat. So my time now. Chat out now.
I hear time I come up you Richards, man.
My time now.
Richards, remember say a labor right live with the you know we have to talk.
Well, I know say metal something. I mean no. Me I tell you say. No man. I say with every sincerity. You know what much of Jamaica? We, PMP and JLP.
No, PNP.
Let's go. Let me don't talk, man. Let me don't cut anything, man. Cause you see, a lady named Knox one data come and she said something incredibly, you know. But then at the end, she still come juke pals and say, yeah, everybody PM. We need to stop it. Hey, you see me now blow me one on. You know, you Richard the most credible political blogger on social media. Because wait, man, finish, man.
Guys, please, it never disrupt us.
You know why I say that? Me no say no. Me, cause
you may lie.
Let me finish up, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, you liar.
Me, PMP cost me every day. Because I not take bullshit. Me a Jamaican first, second, third. PMP is the party of my political choice.
Okay.
So me a Jamaica first, second, third.
But the two mutually exclusive though.
No, me finish, man. I'm just me do me man. Cause me upset, man. We need to stop it, man. We see right this way I say yes or no. That means I say all of the 100 scandal with the PMP having at the 18 years. If me follow phone track, me recruit all of them and clean and say me could blame back it. Cause it's same thing what no did happen in PMP time. It's same thing, contractors can come every day, can talk, said contract like this and contract like that. But at the end of the day, the minister was the corrupted.
Can I break you for a second?
Yes.
You know, a couple of years ago, about a year ago, Chopper John did say something. And what Chaps did say at the time, Chaps did say the problem what most of our politicians face, and I think they are learning now, is that the politician normally put them present where it is not needed. When something come up, rather than send out the permanent secretary to go answer a question, them like to run to TVJ to take the interview. Them like to run to Gleaner to take the interview.
No, but Chuck, be honest.
Hold on, you. That was the problem they faced. It plagued us right up until.
Yeah, but agree, Chuck. But just imagine. Listen to me, just imagine. A politician, when he media call and say, like, call Tufton say, just a comment and say, go to the minister, go to the permanent secretary. Not listen, man. We believe the political act them and the so-called independent them go about Tufton.
You mean us? Us.
Yeah, what we are going to say about Tufton?
All right.
He might run, he might thief. Are you see it? I treat no answer, I can't answer. Brother, listen, man. Listen with me, answer. I me kind of get impatient with how we deal with politics. We just can't.
Richards, we have been trying to change how we discuss it long time, and the only way you can change is like this discussion where you there now and we having a same discussion. I saw it going to change.
Yeah, but me need listen to me. You see, as me there, so now. You see me there, sir. You cannot blame me every day, you know. And me the policy maker, me can go into the parliament and say, listen to me. At 10 nothing under $10 billion. $10 million must go. You clearly breach and broke it up. And you tell me, say, a politician or come out one day and say, listen to me. Every day you not blame politician for things where we not responsible for. Why the media, why the public, why the country don't come out now? Both sides of the parliament come out and say no. Why don't come out and soon upon go Jamaica for justice and come out and say we want justice to the politician?
You.
Me no you want a human because me no know you want a human. Me see you as a
why don't
want you name back call you Richards?
No, me don't stop me because
why you don't want
me say why we not hear Jamaica just say want justice to the politician? We not be politician and
I am addressing you because it's your question. You put the question out there. All right, let me address Chuck. So Chuck,
hey.
If Gleaner is against the government, how you going to get the Gleaner to come out?
Lord God, we gone this so again. Why nationwide not come out and say we want justice for the politician?
I am speaking to Chuck. Can I speak to Chuck?
But that my time. May I reclaim my time. You can't cut up my time. You don't cut when you're tired talk, Chuck. Why nation when I come out and say we want justice to the politician? We want justice. Why Jamaica with justice? Why the other one named Porter sitting and come out and say we're just politician? Because these people are criminals.
Because we have been taught over the years to hate politicians, and that is what they are playing at.
But we thought that we can't change, so sitting now change. Hey, remember I said Jamaica he were in the one time, you know. Donald Trump have 34 felony charges and I'm a president. That couldn't win in one time.
Hugh, you know that. You know that. As you said, nationwide. It is nationwide.
No, the reason I'm saying nationwide, me just said
no, know what you're saying. That it was Judge Davis and Cliff Hughes was the first two that started to buckle down on these things and say, no, we need to talk to the permanent secretaries.
I read on Twitter I say it, and I say it.
Stop the lie. Nobody never hear you say no.
Nobody know you see. So a politician, you are blame you.
Me?
Yes.
Hey, wait. May I attack Angel? Angel, from me the I blame politician, Angel, I'm a different politician.
So when you say Shika?
No,
Don't set up Angel.
No, me not stop Angel because she from me the me come out and it's a politician me defend.
No, yes, you are politician you vote for.
You came out strongly.
He said he didn't vote for permanent secretary.
I vote for politician.
He did come out. When he came on the platform, he came strong about that. However, you can't really go around it, you Richards.
Remember, comrade.
I'm saying you, Richard, you used to be my boyfriend on here, and that's how I met you.
What?
You are a politician and you are talking. Anything you come out here about politics.
Exactly. Let me tell you that every day. And I saw last week,
my boyfriend, he was trying to convert me on TikTok, remember? So I know you from straight. Everything come out your mouth.
But last week, one time,
Those words, big up yourself.
But last week, I know see my point. I don't know how so last week.
Mr. Richard, yes, it's a Chuck is a better teacher than you because Chuck eventually win over Angel.
Give me a second there.
It's not better.
You charge your wrap up?
No, me I wrap up now by saying, say that. I hear Richard want justice to all of the politicians in the past. We get them bad name. We want a name for clear.
John.
Yeah. I'm the rest right there.
No, you
I'm going to skip Winston. I'm going to skip you like what you requested and go to electrical. Electrical,
Did I want the John from the app?
If PNP one them did really deserve it, you them one we want justice for no.
Hey, you see, I don't know how much of Jamaica. Like you can't.
You Richards. Oh, you bought it so easy for press that.
Press button.
My lad, you don't realize I press the button now. Two questions, electrical. Your answer to the question, and then more at the box with traffic.
Well, I know really answer to the question. I just a particular point on there cover in terms of everything going digital.
Yeah.
I used to work at a data center, right? Where we have 3 backup generators, three UPS, and 2 independent supply feed in the data center. So at any point in time, something fail, backup is there to protect the information. Due to machine error and human oversight, the 2 generator them fail. One generator come in, never have enough fuel. The 3 UPS them go offline for God knows what reason.
No, sir. No. Hold on, electrical. Let me interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
When you are discovered, they sound like a willful act.
A willful sabotage that electrical. No, a willful sabotage that.
That willful sabotage that.
Sometimes a willful. We are human beings, you know.
No.
And every day you're systematic. Every day you do something. One day I say, one day now go kill me, man. Make me just do something else.
Everybody just take anything can happen. If you not do it, so.
Human error. Right. But when it happens, you know, repercussions are swift, you know.
Electrical. Yeah. There's a cruise ship.
Yeah.
Called the shit. I forget the name of it. It has 31 computers.
Yeah.
31 computers that drive the ship.
Yeah, man.
If one goes, it goes jump to an next. The people them say, if it might get to number 15, number 1 to 10 should be back online. So there is if all 31 fail, it means that somebody do something. If you have 3 generator backing up your server, when one fail, one should be back online.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on how you set up your infrastructure too. Because you have some people do things to cut corners, you know.
That's why. Electrical, nobody give PMP them no idea.
And those are the people we are trying to shake out of the system. They want them all of cut the corner.
Yeah, man.
No, look at it, you know. Hold on there. You have some people what spending, you know. Why we have a technician for come sit down in the middle of the night and nothing now go happening in the middle of the night?
Because best one, it is better to have it and don't need it.
How you know nothing is not going to happen in the middle of the night?
No, remember the people that grease the money wheel, you know. The people that grease the money wheel, they watch certain trends. If nothing happen for 1 year, them just
no. When you're doing your business plan, and you're putting in mitigation strategies and stuff like that, that is a part of it. And oftentimes when you're reasoning it out, because you're going to say, okay, I'm going to put a technician there, so that is going to become a permanent post. Some positions will always have to be permanent because of what is required. So you may say, you know that, let me tell you something. One of my friend was in one of them same position the one night, as in technician. He's a technician in one of them insurance company they here.
But listen.
And he was working at night, just the same way. He was on the night shift. And you know what happened? Not the server went down in LA. The building had a flood on the 10th floor, and he was the only one there. He was the only one there at that time. So even though you made a look at one scenario, right? There are multiple scenarios that can happen, and having that person there at night.
Exactly.
Guys, stop up the line, please. 150 our goal. 150 our goal.
Exactly.
You know, guys, I want to come back in by saying this, you see.
Hold on, Winston. Don't cut off my sister. You have the last say, like Chuck said. You asked the question. Hold on, Winston, because you asked the question. So we're going to allow you to close out with your final, but let Chica land.
And then we'll go back to the rest of the recording after Winston.
Yes, let Chica land. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, so and me closer to 40 now, LA than 30.
You're all man.
Me too.
And I've been working with systems over 20 years, and the systems that I have graced, they have good backup systems where when one is down, you wouldn't even know unless you get a message from the IT department, right? Say if you see this happening, glitch happening, then that happened. So you cannot use that person with 3 generators, that company with 3 generators, to match that with the government. The government have to have, like, as Chuck say, maybe 31 computers. I'm just saying for just conversation's sake. You understand what I'm saying?
That would have been the data center, but the equipment that goes to the data center in case of emergency.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. The data center would have a bill. So if one aspect of it fail, then they go to. So just like when you yourself sometimes you realize, oh, Chrome is not working, let me jump on Explorer. So stuff like that. There have to, if the government is going to go, not even full digital, because me working on an organization where the only thing we need are my computer and my charger, not even printer. Because we have a whole printing department. I don't handle no mails, none at all. So if I want to send something, just click it and it go to the mailing center and they issue that mail, right?
I know, so that could a system like that could have worked, you know, when they do documents, then print it and a different department deal with that. So you or anybody else can't interfere with those documents.
But that's happening right now. I feel like I'm going backwards. That is happening right now.
But guys, let us have Winston close out this part based on his question, and then we'll get back to the rest of the tape, because I want to hear the rest of the discussion in the.
Mr. Ashika, may go send you a message after here and show you a little printer, yeah?
No, send it to me. I send
No. We only have this conversation on here. My sister don't do private.
Send it to me. I send it to her.
Because it's a non-disclosure agreement on me side, I can't really.
Chuck is the best person to talk to. Talk to Chuck first. All right, continue. Mute your mic, sister, before I have to call you.
Winston, make you get the final say, because I did your question.
Yes, Chuck. Thank you. You know what I wanted to say now. I remember in the 90s when we have Jamaica Telephone Company, and we were struggling greatly for this company to break even. And when the government decided to divest it, and Cable and Wireless come in, and then Digicel come in, these companies were able to set up their company and operating off our profit. And what the point I'm trying to make is this: the government have to find a way how we can set up a system when we bring people into the public sector, that people can be accountable and that things can be more transparent. So if we can mitigate against these people violating the law, because we are not having these type of problems so much in the public sector. So
in the private sector,
that in government, that there are too much loophole.
I agree, Winston, but let us listen to some more of the meetings,
The thing with that, we
that
stand
we are
up thing.
taking the engagement of a
Hold on,
very
Max, let's break again.
well-known and very capable person as Catherine Phipps and the members of that committee is an indication of the seriousness with which the board is taking this matter, but we want to follow the correct HR due process to ensure that we are doing it correctly and not get ourselves into any trouble at any other levels.
This question is for Mr.
See, there you go. Now the internet are holding.
Buckridge. My apologies. Prior to your removal, were the documents kept in the same place when you returned? All your documentation, were they stored at the same location?
Good question.
1 second, somebody has to release a mic so I can turn on his. Yes.
Okay. Let me just add some context to that, Chair. Files were being kept in filing cabinets, and when those filing cabinets were filled, they were transferred into a storage room that has shelves on them. So we have always been using filing cabinets. And then, so the most recent files are kept in filing cabinets. So based upon my return now, when the process was not being kept.
So between when you left in 2023?
No, only 5.
You left in 2025?
Yes, early 2025 and returned in February 2026.
And returned 2026. So within that 1 year gap, or 1 year period, processes were not followed, you're saying?
Yes.
Very well.
All right, Member Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, we are talking about 22 procurement files with contracts valued at over 246 million, not found, appears to have vanished. Chairman, earlier you, and I'm going to paraphrase, you said that you don't want to accuse anyone of being deliberate, but you're sorely tempted. When systems do not work, and when we are seeing that it is like, it's obvious, why is this not working? When accountability is weak, I'm putting it to you, Chairman, that usually there is someone or entities that are benefiting by the apparent dysfunction. Chairman, we will hear that a new person is in the post, maybe a new CEO, or we will hear that the practice has discontinued. And this Jumanji series of events, it is becoming even more bizarre and outlandish and outrageous with explanation. When we hold people accountable, what are the suite of action items that follow when we say this entity or these individuals are to be held accountable? 246 million. Where are the missing files? Maybe file 13, I don't know. But I want to call your attention to the brief, Chairman. It's not part 2 where we have note briefly that alarms me. It's not the part that says no documents were provided for 22 contracts. It's where it says we have not conducted an audit to determine the authenticity of the submitted documents. So I'm aligned with you, Chair, when you say we have to come back to this matter.
No, we have to, and that's why I had asked the Auditor General, but she indicated her plate is full, but we have to come back because we don't even know how bad the problem is at this point in time. But I must tell you now, 6 years may I sit down in that area. This is one of the worst. The worst. And I don't, as I said, I can't conclude corruption because I don't have enough evidence. But It smell bad.
I agree with
stink.
you, comrade.
It stink. And understand, understand when our constituents go to university hospital or any hospital and them have to pay the fee and them call we as the MP for help, for pay the fee. And them people are listen to this, And them people listen to this. And I say, when them go pay them tax, at this, them tax dollars I do, and them can't go hospital and get an MRI or a CT scan. We will follow up. We will follow up.
I hope you do.
We will follow up. Because nothing can go so in a 2026. Document can't walk out of hospital. Fire, me not hear about fire. Me hear about flooding. I'm want to report on the flooding. But it cannot be so that you just disappear 22 document can't find. Worth so much money? No, sir. Member Cuthbert Flynn and member.
Is it possible for them
Thank
to?
you, Chairman. I have two
it's possible for them to reverse engineer the files? Because they must know who get the contract. Go back to this company and get their copies.
But Chuck, can I say something to that? It's like a flooding. Flooding happens. Last year in New Jersey, South Plainfield, it was flooding. The rain fall for like 5 hours and places were flooded. When something is flooded, and I've seen evidence of it because one of our base was flooded. We knew the place was flooded. The boss, the owners, managers, I'm a supervisor, all of us was there. We saw the boxes, we removed the boxes. When you say there's a flooding, was there a flood? Were these files outside and they flooded, washed away? Because if they were flooding and you know that there was flooding, how long did it take for you to arrive? How long did it take for you for anyone, the porter, manager? How long did it take for you to actually saw and to know there was flooding and for you to retrieve?
And that's why the chair said, hold on, that's why the chair said, I would accept if you had some damaged files.
Thank you.
If you can have the files, and I say, we have the file, but them damaged.
Right.
That is different from saying we can't find them.
They don't melt, Chuck. They will stay wet. They don't melt. They're not gonna melt.
All right. So administrative breaches again. Files, first and foremost, those kind of files and contracts are not supposed to be just lying around on a shelf.
Not any shelf.
No, not at all. File cabinet.
On a shelf in the room beside the incinerator.
Second thing, if the room is flooded, first thing, you're not supposed to put files in boxes, right?
Where were they? On the floor,
even if you put them in boxes, they are for transportation purposes and they're not supposed to be on the floor.
On the floor.
So working in within these organizations, if you have a very small storage room or storage capacity, what you do is you remove some of the files, so the files that are there maybe for 10 years, and say, oh, I am done with those. You put them in, send them probably a head office or your storage room or wherever, so that you can get the space, so you can have the most relevant documents. So when your auditor come in, you don't have situation or excuses like these, right? Or the file wet up because it wasn't being stored properly. The file, I don't know where they, stuff like that. Another thing that happens regularly, and it happens to a lot of new people working in organizations that are new that deals with files. You're not supposed to have 2 files open at a time. You know why, Chuck? When you close one file, you close up the 2 of them together. So what should have happened, they should have gone on a manhunt, tear down every single thing. The persons who were dealing with that file, as you said, Chuck, somebody must remember, say, so me did a deal with Angel, me did a deal with Hugh, me did a deal with Knox. And you can go up on your system. There must be some trail, Chuck.
No, exactly.
that you can go to say, hey, I have this and I have this, but maybe something else is missing. You can also call the company, Chuck.
What if you mix up in a file for an archive?
There have to be something, but this is very deliberate. If you can't find nothing out of 22 files.
No,
very
and
deliberate.
Shika, to the Shika question, Chuck. Hold on, Winston, the Shika question. Are you saying every single person that you do business with, everything is done by paper? None of these persons had anything that was electronically done with you? Are you telling me all these files, you have nothing that was done through these companies? That was digital.
But guys, hold on.
No, but may I go add me as Anthony Richards one? Yeah, me as Anthony Richards. Yeah.
Hold on. All right, cool. Hold on, guys. So there must be some form of communication between these people. The next thing is because they are such paper-based company, when you are printing documents, you don't print one copy. Most times, or all the time, you print two sets. Sometimes there's three. Sometimes there's 3 sets. Right? And with that, you can always call John Tom and say, John Tom, I sent a document to your company. Can I get a copy of your copy? 99% of the time is more than 1 copies that are printed. And if you're able to ascertain,
just allow her, please.
If you're able to ascertain the copy of the contract, you may be able to find the other documentations, because it's going to tell us, oh, John Tom, we're signing on 140 million because we are paid for 10 soap, 10 garbage bag, this and that, and then from XYZ company. And then you're able to trace and go back and get back all of those stuff. But it should be easy for them to find it. There should be some form of communication, either through email or phone or something, where they can tie these contracts to somebody. And I close.
This is a deliberate attempt not to present this document, which I believe it is.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairman. I have 2 questions. I wanted to go back to the beginning where I think it was mentioned that there are 8 to 10 members. I'm curious as to who are, as far as UHII, who are those board members? Who are they made up of? The personnel on the board. The composition of the board.
You need the names of the individual? No,
not the name, but who are they comprised of? As far as the individuals, are there any medical doctors on the board? Are there just, members of civil society? Who are the members? The composition.
Okay, so we do have some doctors on the committee. The Chief Medical Officer, Madam DeSesa, is on the board. Also, the Senior Director of Clinical Services is on the board also. And we have in attendance others, medical personnel who are on the board.
Sorry, if I might help. Those other persons not appointed by the Minister, the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, University Hospital of the University of the West Indies, the Chief Medical Officer of Jamaica,
Talk closer to the mic. Pull the mic closer.
The Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, University of the West Indies, the Chief Medical Officer, who just left here a while ago, the Financial Secretary, the Bursar of the University of the West Indies.
From which minister?
We only have one Financial Secretary.
So it would be her appointee.
The medical people. Oh, okay. The Chairman of the Medical Committee of the University Hospital of the West Indies. And 4 members elected from time to time by the Council of the University of the West Indies, of whom not more than one shall be a registered medical practitioner. And the minister appoints 8 members, and the 8 members that the minister appoints consist of the following: 3 persons resident in Jamaica, one of whom shall be a registered medical practitioner engaged in private practice, 1 registered medical practitioner appointed on the nomination of Jamaica Medical Association, and 4 persons of whom one at least shall be a woman appearing to the minister to be interested in social welfare generally or in the welfare and aftercare of patients attending the hospital.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me go back to the audit findings as well. It states here contractors engaging without formal contracts. Do we know for what amount that these contractors were engaged without a formal contract? And under what circumstance?
We don't have the information. What we do know is that some of them actually, based on the Auditor General's report, were actually engaged. And then after they have completed the work or near completion, the contracts were put in place. The signed contracts were put in place.
And do you know why that was? That a contract is not signed before the work began? Or is that a practice that is done, or is that a practice that's done where you engage someone and you don't have them sign anything and they do the work and then you say, okay, what if?
That's a clear breach.
Yeah, because there are many things that could really happen.
Yes, clear breach of the procurement guideline.
Variations could happen.
Well, it is also that you will have a situation where person is engaged, then so you would
We're not hearing it.
I'm curious, approximately how many of these contracts?
I said the audit not coming, so let me pause it again until my people, sorry, sometimes the internet just run out of whack, you know, I know my fault. There's not much I can do on my end whenever that starts to happen. So let me pause it for a while and then we'll get back to it whenever.
Me try to turn off the phone, I can't turn off the phone.
Well, we can't turn off the phone.
It's my work phone, but it's tracking me. And it just come up that it's tracking me. I'm not even working. Why are you tracking me? I need to turn it off.
What you do with the phone?
What?
They want to know what you do with the phone.
But I don't know how to turn it off. I don't use Galaxy. I mean, I press every button and it's not turning off.
Okay, you wanna go into location settings. But unless you know what them I use, unless you know what them I use, track you. That make no sense. Leave the phone alone. Come.
Actors were engaged.
Are we hearing now?
Without a contract. I think if you don't have that with you, we would love to get that information as well, to say there were 100 contractors that were engaged.
But Sheikh, I don't understand how they come without so much obvious documents that they would need.
Figure it out.
I know come Chuck when the Auditor General go in, Chuck.
No, me talk how them me talk when them turn up at this meeting. Then turn up at this meeting without a lot of obvious documents that they think that would be relevant to the discussion that they were coming to have.
Yes, I agree.
It's as if they never take it serious.
Yes.
I don't want their rat by Top Chuck.
Without a formal contract. I would want to know that.
Yes,
and the circumstances.
If you don't have that, we would need that as part of the report. The breakdown of the individual contractors, the service that they are providing, and the amounts that were paid.
Well, we will be able to provide what we can find and the information that is available that fits into that category, because I'm not going to say to you that there may be circumstances where this has happened, but the information that we have in front of us is showing, otherwise.
But can I ask, and the CEO, the acting CEO may not be able to answer because you just went there, but what circumstances would give rise to contracts being awarded verbally, work completed, and then only when payment is to be made, a contract is signed?
Mr. Chairman, under no circumstances at all whatsoever should this happen. Under no circumstances, even in case of emergencies, there are procedures that deal with that. Under no circumstances, sir, should that happen.
All right. Member Cousins.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. So let's focus on the 51 contracts valuing $521 million, for which, based on the disclaimer provided by the ministry, that they have not conducted an audit to determine the authenticity. That is very interesting. Of the documents for the 22 contracts that were submitted. Chairman, earlier, the CEO said that 28 contract documents were submitted. No, were submitted, and 29 found 28 submitted. But there's one saying that is incomplete document submitted. What does that mean? Does that mean that you did not submit that one that was incomplete, or you submitted all 29 to the Auditor General?
No, we presented 28 for them to review. And as they said, they have not really done a full thing to give a report, but there was one that was found subsequent to them coming and reviewing those. And that is the one. So it's not an incomplete, it is that the file was found after they had finished looking at the 28 when they came.
Oh, so you're saying that in looking at the response here, saying incomplete documentation submitted, you're not saying that the documentation for the that is the additional one that was found after was incomplete. You're saying that you did not complete the submission?
It did not submit.
Oh.
For them to review.
Okay, so you have a complete file then?
We have a file.
Okay.
We have a file.
All right, so
and we actually asked our internal audit department to just review it to see, what is there. But in terms of a full audit work, I don't believe they have done anything fully. And also the Auditor General, I don't know. She has said that she has not done a full audit of it, so she's unable to.
These 22 contracts.
Everybody's in shock.
That you provided the disclaimer for, saying that we have not conducted audit to determine the authenticity of submitted documents. No, for the 28, or rather 29. Did you ask your internal audit department to authenticate these documents before you send them over to the Auditor General? Would that be a reasonable procedure to follow before you send them to the AG?
We did ask him to look at it, and he's here, so he could tell you what work exactly he did with respect to those 28.
Okay. Yeah, we'd love to hear.
Yes, sir. Mr. Internal Auditor.
Thank you, Chair. We did look at the 28 documents that were presented to us, Chair, and we can say with certainty they are authentic in relation to those documents, Chair.
Okay.
Authentic, and just so we're clear about what authentic means that
they are original documents.
They're original documents.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. It still doesn't negate the need for an audit, by the Auditor General of those contracts.
Chairman,
No, he's not nervous, Khadija. He's annoyed.
If the internal auditor is saying one thing here,
He's annoyed, Khadija. I don't think he's nervous. He's annoyed.
and we have a document with a response from the ministry saying something else, then I don't know why would we even
Hold on, I think the Auditor General wants to provide some clarity here.
You see, that Lieutenant Cousins is there. And all he's trying to do is to find a way to, make we try tie to the ministry. That's all he's doing for every time he get a chance to talk, the ministry. That's all he's trying to do, you know.
To clarify, you're reading from the prompt.
Yes.
Yes, and that prompt, that's a comment made by the Auditor General to say that the documents have been submitted, but we've not had an opportunity to do a review to determine authenticity.
You see, the man that even do a marriage, etc. Why do I tell you? But him just try the ministry, because that is him goal.
Of the documents.
Thank you, Madam AG. When I'm looking at it, it's very
No, this is the AG's problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, am I to understand that unless the Director of Procurement returned in early 2026, we would not have found these additional 28 documents?
I cannot answer that.
Nobody can answer that question.
Member. What we did was when he was returned, it was at that point, which is March 1, February the 2nd. As I said, I came in February. We looked at it and I said, look here, where is it? Where are the files? Go and find them. So as to whether they would have found them with or without him, I cannot say, but they were found.
Okay. And this procedure that was highlighted of filing cabinets being too full, so you have to move them to shelves in a room. That is totally unacceptable.
2 foot?
That's what was reported here earlier, that the filing cabinets, you have the procedures when the filing cabinets are too full. You find a room with a shelf and put some files on there.
It's not a find a room, member. It is a procedure that they have where it is in the filing cabinet. When the filing cabinet is full, they are placed in shelves in a room, a storeroom. And just to let you know that the problem with the flooding, we have fixed the roof and we have done some work to prevent the rush of water that was coming to the building. We have mitigated that, so we don't expect to have those.
Since you have been CEO, that has been done? Or before you came to the office of CEO?
It was since.
It was done prior to the CEO.
What was the date? What was the date of that repair of the documents of the building to prevent the flooding?
No, sorry. It was during Mr. Olsen, because I remember I could not go in there because the flooding.
So
you couldn't access it?
I could not go into even my former office because
is it because of you were in another position?
Yes. So what had happened? The roof was leaking. So it was leaking in the filing area. It was also leaking in where my office was. So they had repaired it so I could go back in the office.
So you needed water boots and a raincoat.
Rain was falling in there.
Rain was falling inside.
So we repaired it this year.
Videos of it.
So the files were in your office at the time when the rain fell?
Some files were in my office at the time.
That's why we can't find the additional 28.
Some files were in my office. They were using my office as a store.
To store the files. So it means the file them wet up then, and them just need to dry out.
I don't know, sir.
Well, that's the point I'm asking. So if rain was falling inside the building, the file them should have did it. Them just wet and need to dry.
Yeah.
So is a 2-foot rod take them out of the building?
So these 28 files you found, where did you find them exactly?
They were
29 now, but yes. We defined 28 first and then 20.
Some were found in filing cabinets. And some were found
No, they went up in a filing cabinet.
Here where they archive files. So
So that's why they were not wet, because they were in filing cabinet. So the others you were saying were wet, that's why you can't find them.
I can't speak to that.
Oh,
sir.
I see. Chairman, I think
Okay.
I'll yield, because we have to get back to this issue again.
Mr. Chair, we did fix the roof, as I said, this year.
So we won't have that problem again, but then we should be on the go, GEM portal, so you upload them electronically.
As of March 1, everything. Before that, more than those above 10 million for a few months. But as of March 1, we have made it very clear, and we are holding persons accountable if they don't. And as I said, it is 100%. It is not anything like below 1.5 that is not on. Everything, the mandate is everything. And the problems that are flooding should not reoccur, because we have done things to mitigate that by the roof and by putting in proper guttering to channel water in another area.
Thank you, Chair. I am a little bit baffled because I just want to kind of go back to the board members, I guess, because I hear esteemed names being called and positions, esteemed positions. How can you clarify how the board's was selected, and were the board members aware, I mean, of most of the things that we're hearing, or all the things that we're hearing?
I can't say that they were or they weren't. What I do know is that they ought to have monthly board meetings as a part of good governance. There is a committee of most boards, and the audit committees from the organizations that I've headed as CEO would report to the board on a monthly or a quarterly basis. So if that was being done at the University Hospital of the West Indies, then obviously the audit reports, because I've spoken to the auditor, the audit manager there, I've had many discussions with him, I've seen his reports, I've sent them to me, and these were reported to the board, then the board ought to have been concerned. So I'm prepared to say.
All right, members, I'm moving to key finding number 4, the misuse of the tax exempt status. I have a couple of questions on this. Could the university indicate how long this practice has existed, where the university has used its tax exempt status to facilitate the importation of goods for private companies? That's the first question.
Mr. Chairman, we are only aware of the ones highlighted by the Auditor General and the dates as stated. I know that the Jamaica Customs is doing their investigation, because in one of the instances highlighted by the Auditor General, the payments or the processing was not done by finance or the procurement department or anyone internally.
Yes. I'm about to ask the follow-up, because Mrs. Cockburn looked at me and was about to say, what can go so? So can you elaborate on that?
Well, the one that did not come through the process, actually, we have gotten a report from Customs as the one of the 4 that the Auditor General highlighted. So we have gotten that report. They have stated just on Friday that the amount of duty that should have been paid, and I think the Auditor General also did an estimate or something, is approximately $10 million. But there is also penalties, and the penalties range from 500,000 at a minimum to 3 times the CIF value, and the CIF value is approximately 40 million. So it should be like 120 plus the 10, which is about 130 million would be the maximum that would be charged to us.
Can you state what I'm trying to understand? there was obviously a practice to facilitate some companies who seem to have had a relationship with the university, whether they were providing goods or services. At best, I could say maybe it is a informal arrangement, right? My question is, what would have necessitated the university using its tax exempt status for these companies?
Mr. Chairman, I was not there, as you know.
I know.
I
yes.
have spoken to different team members. They are not aware as to why, and therefore I am unable to say the reason why it was done. Because in as I said, in at least one case, they had no record. In others, as the Audit General has highlighted, that the hospital paid for like the broker fee and other fees, but in one in particular, nothing was paid for, or it didn't go through even the any process at all. So there's no record really of it. And it's not our goods. Based on the customs declaration, the goods did not belong to the hospital and were not a part of the hospital assets.
Well, Julian,
more than one, you do have that happening in terms of not being ours. Ownership of is not.
You're saying in more than one case that is the case?
Ownership is not ours. In fact, in none of the cases, even though in the case where we the crockery, we purchased it from the individual after the importation, and in the case of the garbage bins, we purchased those. But the other two cases, the asset was not purchased by us, even from a third party, a person who would have brought them in.
So in two cases, these were providers providing.
So Shika, earlier this evening you mentioned something, and a gentleman was here calling you a liar and say you must go listen again. You remember that conversation earlier? I'm saying you're a liar, you must go listen again because you listen, you don't understand. That's why I'm telling you, some of the time you don't entertain garbage conversation.
Services to the university facilitated using the tax exempt status to bring these things in, and then the university paid the same provider for the goods.
Yes.
So, all right.
Because we did not purchase the item, the item was not paid for overseas.
Shika, let us go back. You remember the so-called used car scandal where the PMP they love to bring up? You remember that during this scandal is that the company that bid for the contract did not bid including duty to bring in the vehicle, because he said they were government vehicles, so we don't have to pay no duty. And that was the breakdown.
Yes,
now,
because Chuck, the procurement law say if you're getting, well, not for the procurement, but the law say if you're getting tax exemption, I think it goes for UWE, the hospital is supposed to benefit. You understand? So it comes back to what you just say, because it belongs to the government, then the exemption was valid. Right, continue.
Why I want to tell you 10 to those and I hope somebody go to jail.
So why, okay, so
yes, Chair.
So in a case like that, why wouldn't the university simply bring in the things on its own behalf?
I'm unable to say, Chair, why the hospital chose this route and not purchase the item themselves. I'm unable to say why. And none of the officers that are there were able to explain to me why.
Member Brown?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the first question I want to ask on this particular issue as it relates.
Chika, what time you say the Mrs. Holness will be on TVJ?
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock your time, Chuck. Are you in the US?
Brother Chuck.
I wish I was.
Brother Chuck, I can ask a quick question before you jump
Sure,
back
go
on
ahead.
it. So this is a key, what may I understand from what the Virgin has said, it look like the man using money, buy the equipment, and then use the hospital to bring it in for skip the custom fees.
Keep the custom fees and then sell it back to the hospital.
Oh.
At the markup price.
Oh.
Not even discounted. Markup.
Not even discounted.
No, and that's what I said earlier. We don't know if them say, all right, it'll go for 8 million, but me give one for 7 million. Understand? We don't know.
Oh, so we don't know if them actually get a discount on it.
No.
But you know, another thing I wonder too, remember say I jack them do ancillary work at the hospital, so I wonder if I work them work out some agreements to say yo go on. The contract will have to provide porters and stuff like that. We do it, we're gonna reduce price. Oh, you scratch my back, me scratch your one. That me I wonder.
All of that I go bust up right now. Just one listen. It was very informative.
The misuse of the tax exempt status. The Auditor General, in her findings, said companies. Can you, because I think it is in your purview to name, and she mentioned private company 1, private company 2, private company 3, private company 4. Can you tell the committee, and that's my first question, what are the names of private company 1, private company 2, private company 3, private company 4?
I know that the Auditor General redacted the names.
I'm not directing the question to the Auditor General, I'm directing the question to you.
I'm answering, member. And we know that the matter is under investigation.
The matter is under investigation for one company, and I'm going to get to that. So
it's under investigation for all, but only one. One case, and I can.
Hello, the man can answer your question.
The names of the companies.
I can give you the name of the one that the company.
Chuck, you know what I pick up with Brown? They were very annoyed, Chuck, that Jack Den company name is out there.
Yes. That's how we heard them.
I don't know if you notice it, you know. Before him call Jack Den, him call another company name. And Brown turn him head sideways and I look at the stain, you know. Look, try get by the video and watch it. Cause I look at it earlier. When him call the 4 company name, when him reach the 3rd company, bro, the facial expression for Brown change.
But that may I say this because here now I'm gonna get to that. So listen to it. They are annoyed.
The work has been completed by customs, and they have actually given us the report with the one name.
No, I don't think that is acceptable because I don't know. Did you issue the name? Because the name came out there before the customs report, as far as I know. So I'm asking the university hospital through you as the CEO to provide the names. This has nothing to do with the investigation.
Do you know the names? Do you know
the names of the 4 companies?
Do you know the names?
I will seek guidance on releasing all the names, member, but I can share the name of the one that we have gotten the report of.
I'm not asking you for the name of the one, but because why is there secrecy around naming all the 4? And how come the country heard of this one long before customs and things would have gotten the information from the university hospital? So I'm just asking you here, what are the names? This is my first question.
Do you know the names? Do you know the names?
Can you repeat that, member?
Do you know the names?
No, I am. No.
Yes or no?
Now the question is the name of the 4 companies that benefited from the tax exempt status.
I know that the Integrity Commission has the files. The names, as would have been known, seen by the Auditor General, were seen by us also. But in terms of the completion of the investigation, one has
so
been
are the investigations around the named company, which that name was in the public space for months? Were those?
We didn't release any names, you know. We have not released any names even to this point.
But you're saying you know of one, and you can name one for investigations.
Based on the report from the customs which I have here, I can state what customs have stated. as being the one company.
What has Customs stated without naming the company? What is the summary of the findings of Customs' investigation in relation to that entity?
No, but I think, Chairman, before we go there, though, so the university is unable to name the 4 entities that have all benefited from the misuse as defined by the Auditor General's findings. Misuse of the tax exempt status. You can't name, you refuse to name, because I don't think the response about Integrity Commission prevents you from naming who those entities are.
Okay, let me just answer
You're correct, Shika. The anger is that people know Jack then. And that anger them, you know. Why are this one alone out there? That is their anger. So is that the process anger them will say? No. That is why they have been trying to lead. They have been trying to lead the direction, the discussion in a way that they can blame the ministry from morning. That's him, Chris Brown, and Luton Cousins has been trying to do that every chance them get. And again, I have to commend the leadership of Comrade Julian Robinson and this one.
The man said, I don't want to hear, even literally, I said, I don't want to hear nothing about the report there.
I'll come to you. I'm just making sure I get the correct spelling of the names. All right? I'll get in that. But the chairman asked, what did the report from Customs state, right? Third-party verification from the name company with the assistance of the CEO of that company. That 1, the goods were imported and these are the dialysis machines. 1, the goods were imported by the company, the goods were paid for by the company, the value of the goods was verified by way of payment records received from the company, custody of the goods was verified to be that of the company, and the address, and that it was not, and the company confirmed that the goods were in fact imported for that company by the university. The name of the companies are Supreme Laundry Services, Willman's Sales. What's that? Willman's Sales. Willman, WILLMAN, Sales, SALES. Scientific Medical Services. And Jack then Limited.
Thank you very much, CEO. Chairman, I want to proceed now to, so what is clear is that the university hospital
Jack then, anytime they hear the word Jack, they then get upset.
is an institutionalized way of how the UE has been operating. But what is clear is that it is more than one company as named.
Yeah, but we know that
in responding to the Auditor General's finding, your letter, I believe both the Permanent Secretary's letter as well as your response was that the documents have been submitted to both the Jamaica Customs Agency as well as the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Have all 4 instances, those 4 named companies, were those documents submitted for all 4?
We have given them copies of the document for all 4.
For all 4. Okay. All right.
Based on what we have, as I said, there are instances where we would not have the documents because it was done outside of the hospital.
All right. So you're saying that you have now received the investigations that customs have been undertaking, having received the 4 matters raised here by the Auditor General for the 4 companies. You have submitted all 4, but you have only received their reports on 1.
On 1.
So
So
the
far,
country-
they have said that they will actually provide the penalties for that one, because what we have done, they have completed their assessment and determined that there was a 10 million duty that should have been paid for that one.
Yes.
And that they will provide us with the penalties, if any. Well, they said there's a minimum of 500, so there will be a penalty. They will provide that to us in short order, and the other reports will be provided to us in short order also.
Okay, so we will await that. And
Yeah, I was going to say, so again, as the follow-up, the committee would need, once you have been given that information by customs, the committee would like a report on what customs has found in terms of its investigation into all 4 and whatever remedies they have recommended for those companies to deal with it, the specific breaches.
Okay, just to be clear, Chair, Customs has made it very clear to us that they have nothing to do with those companies. We are the ones, the hospital is the one who they are holding accountable to pay all charges and fines. As to where we will get the money from, it is...
I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's your tax exemption that was utilized.
It is a hospital name that is on the importation documents, and therefore they are holding the importer as being accountable.
So that is why we want to understand, and that's why I probably have to come back, because it is not 1 company, it is 4. And
We
this
know what
is
that,
based on the findings from the AG, who, as she said, it's a minute subset or sample that was taken of the operations of the UE. So we don't know if, as my friend said, this is institutionalized or if it is systemic. So that we have to come back to see. So this is just probably the tip of the iceberg. But I proceed. In terms of deep diving a little bit, and I know you sir, are here only since January. I'm looking at page 10 of the actual Auditor General 72-page report. And there are a couple of things that I want clarity on. And this is as it relates to private company 3. And it is also related to private company 4, because I see permeating through this misuse of the tax exempt. So I want to understand a buyback, right? There is this buying back. So you give them the tax exempt, and then they went and procured or brought the stuff in, and then we are buying it back. Well, not we, the Universal Hospital is buying it back, sometimes tenfold. So for example, waste bins for private company 4. It says here was valued at 6.6 million. The company saved 3 million by virtue of the tax exemption. So they paid roughly 3.6. But then the hospital bought back that from private company 4 for 11 million. So I just want to understand. I want to understand why as
Chuck, who is private company number 4, Chuck?
I don't know which one of them they call private number 4.
Jatden.
Okay.
Yes, I remember they listed them company 1, 2, 3, and 4. Jatden was company 4. Remember when I tell about the bin them, Chuck?
I want Jackass to say I tell lie.
Aye.
One nincompoop, one shithouse, one latrine. This say I tell lie.
Wow.
Empress would I say excellent job, girl.
Excellent Django say I tell lie.
So they were hustling the government. They were hustling the system.
Them also the taxpayers.
They are hustling the taxpayers.
So in total, Angel, they were supposed to pay up to $6 million, basically, because he said they saved back $3 million. So they pay $3 million for the bins. then they would have paid another 3 million with the taxes and everything to bring it in, right? So them save back that the 3 million. They say in total, I guess them spend maybe 3-4 million, probably the most. And then
that's why it's about 3.5 million they would have spent.
What may I say?
Rashida? Hold on. Then they sell it back to the government for $11 million.
$11 million.
$11 million.
Almost 4 times what them spend.
The garbage can.
My God.
Chuck, hold on, Chuck. Hold on.
And that the man they sit down in a parliament that collect taxpayers' money.
Hold on. The other day, you know, want to beat the government for some water bucket, for some bucket to put water in her. We want to ask the question: what is in these garbage can?
For the hospitals.
I know what the hospital garbage can is.
You know what the root problem right there?
My dear, hold on. You have 3 types. Right, and if it's the red one for hazard, I know what they are, Shika.
Sister. Me just tell us if we met the people them know. Me know you know. I'm just telling you to let
them
know.
Sister, but
are the big one with the wheel pan them here?
But Jesus Christ.
The one them, as I said, want to carry hazardous waste. The big one with the wheel pan there you can push down the furnace. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Shika $11 million. They hustle the taxpayers them.
You know what? The main problem here, over there.
After they get 3 million from the government, basically, and you're still not even 9 million, Angel. 11 million.
Jesus Christ!
My God.
I've let you go ahead and let me go back to it.
You know what? The root problem here, so you know. Jack then supply services to the hospital different from whatever them are doing. So I think what should happen?
They sit on 19 government contract.
That means I say why? So why them are bringing things and I sit on contract?
They need to lose that. That company.
It's either you are bringing things alone or you provide janitorial services. Make up no mind. You know, some I wonder if it's a case where somebody now pay janitorial services, so them just squeeze it now and invoice to pay them. That me I want to know, you know.
They need to lose that.
What if that one in the public sector, you know?
I want to understand why, as the chairman would have asked earlier, why didn't you just utilize your tax exemption in the first instance to buy the thing? And what is this buyback about? There's also, I think, private company 3, cups and dishes. Imported for 1.4 million, and then the UA buy it back again for 6.9. So the country has heard about, and there's been glorification and publication around one entity when there are 4 companies, when it's possible it has been institutionalized, and the utilization of the tax exemption is a convention and practice between the UN and its partners. But this buyback, what it is about and who is benefiting, because it's 1.4 and then buy it back at 6.9. So this company, private company 4, has made 3 or 4 times profit. Private company 3 has made 10-fold profit. So I just want to clarify on that.
There you go. There you go now. Here's the problem.
Yeah.
Private company 4, which we know, they make 3 times. But then you try overexert the other one now to cut. Jesus, peace. This is the problem we have.
10 times, because apparently it's associated with probably somebody from the JLP. And it's 5 times. It can't be 10 times.
It can't be 10 times.
I see him so earlier.
You'll find them.
I see him so earlier, Chuck. He said 6.4 something 6.4 out or whatever, right? And he said, oh, that's 7 out of 10. That cannot be 7 out of 10. It has to be 6 out of 10 because it's 7 out of 10 when you're going to round it off. If it's not at 5, you can't go to the nearest stage.
You can't go up. You run down or you run up.
Yeah.
CEO, because it looks really bad, but perhaps there is some explanation to it that some of us can't really understand.
Based on what you have shared, member, it would have, based on what you have said and what the Auditor General has stated, it is extremely bad. However, I cannot tell you why it was done.
Is there anybody else here who could tell us why?
I can tell you, none of the senior leadership here, or even in the hospital, have been able to share or to say why it was just done.
Why are we buying back? Who is making money? What is this? And who? Yes.
Can we have a time limit?
I mean, we're not here for the entire member. No, I'm asking all my pertinent questions, Member Cuthbert.
No, it's not critical. Member Cuthbert, we do have Parliament sitting at 2.
That's right.
These issues have to be fully ventilated. And I'll give everybody an opportunity to talk. Everybody.
Yeah, so there's nobody who can help us with this buyback to understand the rationale behind the buyback and who are the beneficiaries.
The persons may purchase items and then sell the hospital and have their markup. And therefore, I don't know.
Who authorized these buybacks, though? You have no knowledge of who is within the university hospital who would have been authorizing these buybacks.
The matter, as I said, Chair, I have to be very careful because, as I said, this is before the police and also before Customs and Integrity Commission. And Mr. Chair, I don't want to say reasons. I would prefer them with their investigative skills to do the assessment and make the determination through the due process, whether it be courts or otherwise.
Well, all right, first I want to welcome, there are 49 students from Dunrobin Primary. Welcome to the Parliament of Jamaica. This is the Public Accounts Committee meeting. We are not going.
Yeah. I'm going to exit the platform and see if anybody else wants an opportunity to come and add to the conversation.
No, man, you can stick around. You know, I'm gonna close at 9 because I go watch the whole. I go watch Madam Holness on TVJ.
At
so
9.
Just a couple more minutes and then we are gonna cut out.
Okay.
Yeah.
To have us sitting up the full Parliament, but you're welcome to continue to watch and observe in silence the proceedings of this committee. This committee is set up to deal with reports from our Auditor General, and our Auditor General is seated to my left, Mrs. Pamela Monroe Ellis, and we are examining an audit report done on the University Hospital of the West Indies. All right? Okay. So there's a queue, Frank, and you have some of your colleagues impatiently waiting, like Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Well, if somebody will release their mic to put you on, Frank.
You want to ask a question? Follow. You want to follow?
Just a follow. In relation to the cost, the buyback, can the Auditor General help us in terms of what you think of if you had done any check in relation to market value for those buyback, the market value for the items that were.
Somebody have to release the mic so I can turn on the AG's mic.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. No, we did not do a check of market value. We spoke specifically to the CIF value, and the focus was really on the practice.
You have to use, why you turn off the mic? I think the concern members have is that having used the university hospital's tax exempt status improperly, the same company who benefited from that tax exemption turns around and sells back to the university at 3 or 4 times, 10 times? 10 times the CIF value. So it is clear to us that this was a deliberate scheme to provide profit,
So Jaron,
profit for a particular entity. There's no other way to explain it than that. Where in this scenario, the university could have just directly bought the stuff for itself
But Chair,
and brought it in.
but Chair, who approved it? That's the question.
So the CEO again, we know you are a new one acting, but this use of the tax exempt status be something approved by the CEO at the time, the board. Where in the chain of authority would this have been done?
The authentication of the approval is something that is under investigation. The files have been sequestered, and therefore, Mr. Chair, in terms of ensuring that the accurate information is provided to you, I would want to wait to see the result of that investigation to make a statement as to who really approved, because that is being questioned.
It is being questioned who actually approved it.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure that there is a question as to who approved. I have seen documentation to show the signature of one who would have that authority to approve.
And that was the case in all four?
Yes.
Okay.
No. In one case, I think at least one case, the person who signed the document had no such jurisdiction. In fact, he would have been separated from the university, I believe, some 2 years before that document was signed.
So, are you suggesting?
No, you see, guys, I'm going to finish this one next time. Got that part, the last part there again. The man said somebody was signing it already leave the job 2 years before.
So, you know, see how we do it? Read between the line. Read between the line.
2 weeks. Thank you, people. I'm Soji, why are you driving me late, Soji? Me say me I go listen to Madam Wellness.
Chuck, a manpower used to run off you in terms of
yeah, man, remember when manpower used to run up the man? Yes.
And then, funny enough, a few years after, them take over. Well, me need to get the exact amount of years since Jack there on it now.
Jack there on it now.
And it probably been the same amount of time too.
No, I want to tell you. Soji.
Yeah, me there say, oh, she said she never check, look on that. Oh, she means she never look on that.
No, she said they never check the market value. No, it is understandable, Soji. That's not what they were investigating. Remember, you know, they were investigating the purchases, you know.
Okay.
If they were investigating the purchases, they would have checked market value, but the purchases was not what she was investigating. Okay. So it is understandable why she said she would check it.
She could have investigated because
she could have checked because that far and wide Chuck.
Yes, wastage of fraud, right? So wastage of fraud, right? So
of course, Shika.
The red flag is 6 times, 5 times, 3 times more, and you already get tax exempt. No.
And I believe the taxes is what, 15% or 50%? I don't remember.
No.
But
I think around 30%.
I forgot I want to go and watch Madam Warner's interview on TVJ. She can just advise. So we are going to
play that.
If anything, I might come back.
Chuck, should I play it? Make we see it.
Can't play
because I don't have TVJ. I live in USA.
No, but I have to go put the phone on at the TV this and that and go in and go record for me.
Whatever. Goodbye. I'm